Legionnaires, and welcome to episode 208 of RPG Digest. I am John Maxley Auschlow, your favorite curmudgeon, critic, and judge. Along with me, as usual, is Brett Heathen Dog Grismer, who used his secret shifter powers to summon our two favorite DBs, Kevin Siembieda and Sean Roberson. What is good today, gentlemen?
Peace.
There we go. Interviews.
You said you were going to do it, and you did it. All right. Well,
we said we're going to keep it short and brief to the point.
Man of your word.
Just do it.
Just do it.
And the thing is, everybody in Legion of Myth gets the joke.
Do it. Just do it.
All right. Well, so how have things been going with you guys since we last? I mean, Kevin, actually, I'm starting to think you guys are going to get sick of us very soon because you guys have been on, but a month ago you're here. Kevin, you're on a couple of Fridays ago. Sean was on a few Fridays before then. Are you guys even writing books anymore?
I know, right?
No, we just
not on Sundays
and play games. And well, we're working all the time. Oh my gosh, we've been so busy. It's unbelievable, but yeah, we're trying to be out there for our fans, and you guys and the Glitter Boys and our own YouTube channel. We got a lot of good stuff going out there, and we're open to talking on some other shows too. But yeah, we got to be careful because we do have so much going on, and part of it is we got a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes that unfortunately we can't really talk about. But it's very exciting. Yeah, exactly.
Kind of like turtles.
Yep.
We're sitting behind the scenes, and you'd think that we'd get some super secret sauce talking the behind the scenes, and like every third sentence, like, we can't tell you about this. Oh, we can't tell you about this. Oh, we can't.
Then shut up.
Yeah, right. So it's like, why are you teasing us before you tease everybody? Because now we're sitting here going. Well, let me knock out the quick advertisements and nonsense that I've got to do before we get into the meat of this. And just so folks know, today the conversation, it's going to be related around Palladium Books Megaverse, whether it's Rifts or After the Bomb or Nightbane or obviously Palladium Fantasy. We're going to be talking about magic, psionics, and supernatural abilities as a whole. So the entire gamut of Heroes Unlimited, animal powers from After the Bomb, upcoming TMNT, things like that. We're going to talk about all of that, but we're going to do it from a high level and then maybe dive in as time goes on. But it's going to be more conceptual, I think, is the term. And of course, Heathen Dog he's going to complain about shifters the entire day, right?
No, I'm not. It's high level. The shifter complaints are drilled down.
Okay.
Like
we'll get
every
there.
aspect of this thing, every facet of this, cracked gem has a problem. Let's examine the problem. And then we're not going to do that.
Okay.
So waiting for the list.
I'm up to 20. I haven't
wow. Oh, wow.
It's like 18.
All right. Let's first and foremost, I'm extremely grateful you're here with us today for RPG Digest. I sincerely thank you for your time and attention. Please consider supporting Legion Myth through the links in the live stream's description. YouTube takes 30%, Twitch takes 50% of your hard-earned money, while Rumble, PayPal, Streamlabs, Ko-Fi take between 0 and 5%. Rumble Rant Super Chats, less than $20 will be read at the end of each segment. We don't really have segments today. They'll be read at an appropriate time, but we're not going to interrupt the conversation for that. Well, those of $20 or more, I'll read as immediately I can without derailing the conversation or the topic. So thank you very much for your kind donations. All right.
Now, wait, before we start.
Sure.
I'm going to derail the conversation. No, this right here, I'm a little upset about this. On Veterans Day, that's going to be in 6, 7, 8 days, something like that. I want to run a paranoia game, but I need at least 4 people. I've got 2. It was I had to throw people out of the Call of Cthulhu games. I can't get anyone to play a damn paranoia game. So you guys, you don't need to know, everyone watching right now, you don't need to know how to play the game. It could be convention style. It's going to be between 4 and 5 hours long. That's it. Beginning, middle, end.
Just enough to give Max a nap.
Just enough to give Max a nap. And all the die rolls are going to be on screen with a die roller. So you don't have to roll anything. Your character is going to be pre-generated and sent to you via Discord. All the powers that your specific character has is going to be explained. The write-up will be sent to you. Everything is going to be cool. go ahead and message me in Discord if you want to play. I need at least 2 more people. If not, I can't run it. I'm gonna have to do something else to give Max net, which is fine. You know, I can play another game, whatever.
What time?
Probably start between noon and 2, and it'll be about 5 hours. The game itself will be around 4 hours, but I have, you know, a little bit before, a little bit after to explain some things or for technical difficulties that pop up no matter what, you know, stuff like that. So
all right, I'm down.
5 hours. So
I'm down.
oh, you're down? All right, that's 3.
That's 3. That's awesome.
Maybe people are too paranoid to play Paranoia.
Oh, I see what you did there.
You don't what?
Paranoia is awesome. I've never played a campaign of it, but I've played a few one-shots. I'd love to play a campaign at some point, but
I've never played it. So
oh, that's fine. That's fine. Think of Logan's Run as a comedy.
well, no, I've heard of it. I have plenty of friends, and I even have a friend who a designer down in Texas who wrote like a, you know, I guess you call it like a spin-off of it for Savage Worlds. But yeah, it's I'd love to give it a shot. So
cool.
And support, you know, Veterans Day.
Yeah.
And that's what the stream is about. It's to support the Wounded Warrior Project for Veterans Day. I've talked to a few people who said that the Wounded Warrior Project helped them out wonderfully. So, you know, we want to give back. And this year's actually been pretty bad. I don't know if it's economy or what, but this year's been pretty bad. We're getting very few donations, at least through us, to the Wounded Warrior Project. So we're hoping we can turn that around on Veterans Day. You know, Heathen Dog running the game. It's in support of that. Yeah, there were a couple of the announcements I do want to give out. First one is, yeah, you guys have the 2024 Christmas surprise packages going out. I got mine already. It was awesome. Although, like I said in the video, I'm going to contact my congressman about no T-shirt again. But but no, it was some good stuff. Everybody should check it out. I don't have the link up and available because I wasn't actually planning on showing other links other than to doing the magic talk today. But it's going on in chat, so appreciate that. And let me real quickly, Franz, I will get to that question, but it'll be towards the end of the live stream because we're going to start with high level stuff and then we'll come back to things like that. But that is an interesting question because I know Heathen Dog feels somewhat similarly about that. So can you quickly talk about the I keep wanting to say 24-hour Christmas package. I got too many things on the brain right. The 2024 Christmas surprise package.
You don't have to put the year in the name. I mean, that's step one might help you out. But just the Christmas surprise package. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the Christmas surprise package is something we've been doing for 26 years now. It's a cool thing because it's a surprise package. Because I wanted to set it up very much like if you were a kid, because we're all big kids, and you were sending your wish list to Santa Claus, which in this case is me. And so what you do is you give me a list of 12, 15 items you want. It doesn't have to always be books. It can be T-shirts. And of course, if it's Max, he'll never get one. But, you know, it can be T-shirts. It can be coffee mugs or bookmarks or pens or, you know, whatever, miniatures and anything that's in the store you can request. And then it's a surprise because you don't know what I'm going to select out of those 12 or 15 items. But you will get something that's worth $100 or more. And it's almost always more. 105. I typically try to shoot for like 105, 106, $108 worth of product. And then sometimes it's, you know, more like 115 or 120.
To be fair, I think the one that you sent me was closer to the higher number on that one. So I guess that's why I didn't get a T-shirt. But thank you.
But, well, yeah, I figure, you know, you might want books, you know, more. And, you know, you can't please everyone, as you can see, folks. You know, and you
send him lots of extra stuff, and he still bitches.
Yeah,
I know, right? I didn't get a gold bar. Come on, I didn't get those toenail clippings I asked for. Toenail clippings? What?
Look, when I asked for the 64 box of color crayons, don't give me the 32, okay?
No. You
didn't give me everything on my list. That's not how it works.
I want those 3 extra shades of pink.
You know, another cool thing about the surprise package is if you request autographs, which most people do, me and available staff are happy to sign your books. And for a lot of people, especially people who live on the other side of the country or outside of the country, it's the only way they can get autographs. And sometimes I'll throw in my little dragon head sketch. and other little surprises. Might toss in a print or issue the Richter or poker deck or whatever, and it's lots of fun and people love it. And yeah, we've been doing it for a couple weeks now, and it's really starting to pick up as Christmas is approaching. I mean, Christmas is only 7-8 weeks away. It's hard to believe. It's been warm and sunny and nice in this part of the country, so it doesn't feel like Thanksgiving is 3.5 weeks away, and Christmas is 3-4 weeks after that. I mean, but yeah, so send them in. We love doing them. We for us, it's partly a thank you to all of our fans, and to show our appreciation, because people support us all the time and for years, in many cases, decades, in many cases, and we're happy to give back. It's our way of giving back to our fans and making sure they get something that's gaming oriented for the holidays, whether they buy it themselves or have their friend or their wife or girlfriend or husband buy it for them. And it's great. It's just a fun thing. And you save a lot of money because you get, like I said, the grab bag costs like $60 plus shipping, and we guarantee at least $100 for the stuff, and it's always good stuff, or at least we try to anyways.
But the problem with it, the big problem with the Christmas grab bag thing, is that it never makes it under the tree.
Oh, that's probably true.
Here early, and I'm looking at it, and
it's not our fault.
Like, I can wrap that for you. I can wrap that, and like, yeah. I'll wrap it tomorrow. And I'm looking at it. I need it, and I open it up, and
So a new thought,
that's
put
very
on there,
true.
do not open till Christmas stickers on there.
Yeah.
I don't think that'll change.
Do not push.
I don't think it'll change anything either.
Never makes it.
Well, the cool thing about opening it early, especially if you've never bought a surprise package before, is when you open it, you're going to see how amazing it is.
Mm-hmm.
And you may want to buy another one or two, or one guy last year, 13?
True story.
After he got his first one, he went just bonkers over it and just kept sending them in.
He already ordered 2 more this year, right? But he sent it to his friends. He gave us their shipping addresses.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah. So it's
because he already has everything.
It's fun.
He
and
already has all the books. I mean,
well, talking about that, thanks to Palladium for calling. When I messed up the addresses for 2 surprise packages, I sent out his gifts. They were very kind and nice. There you go.
Speak of the devil.
Law Dog's been a really good supporter of Legion of Myth. The only 2 others. So, by the way, for folks out there, I put up my Christmas unboxing. It was part of the members only live stream about a week and a half ago. I posted that. You can see that video, but wait till we're done here. You can check that out so you can see the awesomeness that Kevin and Sean sent me and my threats about no t-shirt in that one. Next time I'm just gonna get a box of t-shirts. Be like, where are my books?
Right.
Well, and
we'll send you $20 worth of t-shirts.
Yeah, $20 worth of t-shirts. All of them.
And some
All
coal.
of them.
No, all of it.
With a picture of Sean's middle finger.
Right. $10 each art print. Yeah.
And while there's no example of what a Christmas surprise package looks like, we do have on the Palladium Books YouTube channel, we do have a little bit of history behind.
Yeah, we just posted that. Yeah,
on Thursday. So
if you want to, go check that out after you finish this video.
I'll try. Yeah. While we're questioning here, when we get to the questions, I will actually add the Palladium Books YouTube channel in the description of the video as well, so people can absolutely, because a lot of people don't know that you've actually started putting really great content out here. We're not here to talk about that today, but people should check that out, starting with historical content. You guys are going to love it. I think it piggybacks on the Glitter Boys content very, very well. So check that out. 2 last things I have to talk about. Heathen Dog kind of mentioned one already, but just to make an announcement, we're going to have a 24-hour Veterans Day live stream on November 11th. That's Monday. So I'm going to be streaming here on Sunday, doing all my post-stream work, hopefully getting a couple hours of sleep, and then coming back for a 24-hour live stream. Monday's going to be a great day for me. Yeah. But we'll see how that goes. Heathen Dog's going to need to come in and save me for like 8 naps.
Yeah,
and then
I'm going to get in at 6 in the morning, and then
6 your time or my time?
My time.
Okay.
Yeah, 6 in the morning my time. I'll play a game or something for 5-6 hours, and then rest for a couple hours, and then run a game for 5-6 hours, and then I guess I don't know what I'm gonna do, but it's gonna be weird.
We'll figure it out. The last thing is the Here Have Max's Crap giveaway is going on. We will do the winners on the Veterans Day live stream. There'll be 3 winners. One's for In Nomine. It's like every book in the In Nomine series as far as I'm aware of, plus 2 core books. The Star Trek Adventures and Mutants and Masterminds, apparently first edition. So those are books that were sitting on my shelf being unused, will continue to be unused. So I'm giving back to you for our 6,000 subscriber giveaway that we started, I don't know how long ago, but this is the last one. So with that, let's get to, no, not me. Boop there. And no, my show. Oh. All right.
That was important for a moment.
So like I said, for a moment, the thing is, you know what he'll do is like halfway through the stream, he'll slide himself up there when I'm not looking, and I won't pay attention. You know, oh, here we go.
Still Captain gain rank.
Okay. Yes, Klingon. All right, so we're here to talk today about magic, psionics, supernatural abilities. That's the name of it, but it's really like the entire gamut of superpowers and abilities that people can have in the Palladium megaverse and how Palladium handles it. And like I said, we're going to do this from a really high level and then just dive in as the conversation goes, where we need to go and where we want to go from there. So we're going to start off very generic here. In creating the various magic systems, what underlying principles, if any, remain consistent throughout the megaverse? So what makes Palladium fantasy magic similar to Rift's magic and vice versa, considering one's a purely SDC game, the other one is crazy MDC game?
Just do it.
Oh, God damn it.
Sorry, guys. It's kind of an
question number 2.
No, there's a lot of similar things. So our magic works the same in all of our settings. So you have what we call potential psychic energy, which is that energy can be used in the case of magic.
Except TNT doesn't have it.
Well, all of a sudden,
we'll dive into that actually.
No, it
Magic.
doesn't
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I was just working on that, so I just
no, it kind of predates.
It's just interesting. I was just being a twin.
No, you're right. You're right. Well, obviously,
we came to the right place for that,
right? But the ones that have magic, but that one actually has it slightly different. It's interesting to see because it was earlier in the evolution.
Well, and it was based on the comic books. We're
Right.
trying to
emulate.
those in
Well,
the
I think it
comics.
does a good job, but but I mean, in general, right? You have a certain amount of energy in a pool of PPE to draw from. Yeah.
Right. So basically, you have PPE points, potential psychic energy points, and every time you cast a spell, a certain amount of PPE energy is expended. So I wanted to have a more intuitive game system for Magic, where like my introduction to gaming role playing was D&D, and I thought it was just, and this is not a slam on D&D, it bugged me because I couldn't understand, especially how a high level wizard could cast the spell and it disappears out of his brain and he has to go check his spell book or it's just gone for the day. And I'm like, what? You know, this is your livelihood. This is life and death. You're going to memorize this stuff. And, you know, if you want to cast 9 fireballs in a row, you should be able to. So our magic is a bit more intuitive. And all the elements of the magic is the same. The fact that there are ley lines and nexus points or places of power. The fact that all magic draws on your potential psychic energy. Human sacrifice, or actually I should say blood sacrifice, because it can be animals and things. You know, the fact that when you kill something alive, the PPE amount doubles at the moment of death, and basically just goes off into the ether unless you're using a magic ritual or have a channeling ability where you can grab that energy and take it and use it to cast a spell or to cast a larger spell.
Wait. For those of you who don't know, almost all living beings have some amount of PPE. Not just spellcasters. Spellcasters have more, to be fair, but almost everyone has some PPE. So killing them or bleeding them or whatever does have a noticeable effect. You will get power from them. It won't be a crap ton, but it'll be some.
And and just to throw it in there too, it's generally the larger the animal, right? The more PPE
Right.
it naturally is going to have on average. I mean, it can vary, but in general, if you're killing a chicken as part of your spell, or you're sacrificing a goat, that's a little better, or like a bull or something would be better.
Yeah.
A human, even better. But that's where the evil spellcasters get into that kind of stuff. So.
And it's just easy to keep track of and to calculate, and it's fun. And then we have savings throws and against magic, but the higher level your opponent, the lower or the higher, the more difficult. Thank you. It is to save, and it's just it's all basically the same. It's all really high functioning, and people loved it. That was one of the, when we first came out with it back in the early 80s, people went crazy over it and the psionics, because it all made sense and it was easy to do, easy to keep track of.
Yeah.
This is actually supposed to be a follow-up to a question I'm going to ask later, but I think it blends in perfectly right now, which is, so you kind of talked about sacrifices, and we're not going to dive into that specifically, but there are real-world concepts behind the magic, even if it's not implemented in, like, the way the Kabbalah would do it or whatever, but there's still real-world ideas behind it. So can you discuss how real-world philosophies or metaphysical concepts influence the development of your magic systems?
Oh, sure. I mean, the research is 90% of everything. So whenever I'm creating, yeah. It is for me, and it was for Eric, and it is for Sean. So, whenever I'm tackling a particular subject, I like to research the living heck out of it. And so I read a gazillion different books on all kinds of different magic and pulled out inspiration from all of it without getting into a lot of specific types of magic. I didn't want to jump into a particular philosophy per se, because this is a fictional world. But I drew inspiration from all types of different magic throughout history and in mythology, and reading about gods and demons and sorcerers and dragons, because all different cultures have different approaches and views of it, although a lot of it's startlingly similar. And I just drew what I thought was the most fun stuff and incorporated it into the concepts and the rules.
Yeah, it's funny if you watch a lot of different stuff where people talk about metaphysical things, like you'll run across these same concepts, like the lines of power and nexus points, or where they cross, or in Chinese mythology they'll call them, like, I think it's dragon lines and
dragon tracks.
And dragon tracks, that's it. And but I mean, even in the West, there's a lot of it even as part of Christian associated mythologies and esotericism. So it's pretty interesting to see how a lot of that does come together. And it's weird, but growing up playing the Palladium games, I was very familiar with those concepts, and then I see them in these weird books or shows or movies or popular media, and that's one of the things I think is really neat about it is that, and then it is very intuitive, right? Instead of a lot of different systems have varying levels of complexity surrounding their magic system, but I think that learning spells and then getting just, you can cast as many as you have juice for, essentially, and the bigger spells use more juice.
Yep.
Or the more intricate ones maybe take more time. But I think it's something that really is intuitive for any gamer.
Mm-hmm.
And keeps things moving quick at the table.
Yeah.
And it also gives casters a ton of flexibility. Because I think in general, and sorry if I'm ruining a question or something, but one of the neat things about Palladium is and funny, at least in Rifts, sometimes in other games like say D&D, it's the sorcerers and wizards get like super out of control when they get high level. But in Rifts, often it's like, well, these guys are really underpowered, and you got to play smart and and build up. And then you've got some big stuff you can throw out there, but it's not like you're just raining down the apocalypse at will when you get to be a decent level spellcaster. So I think that the Palladium system has a bit more of a balance to it than maybe some of the magic systems and other systems. I've played a ton of stuff, and I watch the industry pretty closely. So that's just my kind of my impression about it.
So I got a couple more follow-ups before we do, but yeah, go ahead. I was going to ask you, Brett, if you've got any questions you want to talk about the principles.
That video games have the whole spellcaster mana type thing where it's a battery, and P.P.E works similarly, and piggybacking on what Sean said about the low level caster and the high level caster. The high level caster has a bigger battery, and he can fire off maybe one or two big spells, but then his battery's drained. But he can fire off all those little spells all day long. He's got a huge battery. Those little spells, pew pew pew, he can fire them off all day. Firebolt, whatever, all that stuff. Whereas the younger caster, the lower level caster, he can still fire off those little spells, just nowhere near as much, and he's still dreaming about casting that Armageddon spell that the 14th level caster can do just once.
Sacrifice one child and you can do it.
Yeah. and of course, in every game there is a way to replenish your battery to get more PPE. You don't need to sacrifice your sister in some weird ritual thing. You don't need to do that.
Can I?
You can. I mean, if she's annoying, right? No, but you can be on a ley line to draw energy from there. You can meditate to get stuff out. Even just reading a book, you're going to get some back every hour, and sleeping as well. So there is a way to replenish your battery. So in between battles, there is not just changing your socks or polishing your gun. You're actually resting to be better for battle in an hour or two. There is a high level thought to being a spellcaster. You have to take into account all that stuff is in Palladium that is not in other places like D&D because the system is built the way it is.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought a bunch of stuff up, Brett, because when people ask me questions, sometimes I kind of go with the broad answer, or I'm not thinking as nuanced because there's a lot of little nuances to it. But from a game design point of view, and this doesn't apply just to magics and psionics, this is how Sean and I approach everything, is what's going to be fun for the player? What makes sense? So it's not just, hey, you have magic and, here's your list of spells, cast whatever you want. Or these are the 10 spells you get at level 1 and just cast, as you please. I want to build in character elements. So that's why there is meditation. And as a game designer, you're sitting back and go, okay, so what happens when the mage blows his, 50 PPE or his 150 PPE? How do they recharge? How can you do other things? How, and then when you look at mythology and history and stuff, and you look at things like pyramids and things and ley lines and standing stone megaliths, it's like, oh, well, these are places of power. This is where, ley lines cross. And so there's more energy there. So they have significance. And, the very existence of a ley line or place of power has significance to the character. So maybe that's part of an adventure where they have to go, or part of a combat, strategy is, okay, at some point we have to stop and I need to meditate, or I need to go to a ley line, or I need to do this or that, or we need to secure the ley line so that we have the energy to do X, Y, and Z. Or in the case of villainous characters, we have to stop them from sacrificing a freaking town.
Right. Well, and the other thing is like with rituals, there's also where different members or initiates, I guess you might say, depending on the type of magic they're using, can also offer their own PPE to a ritual, right? And so, but it just makes sense. It's not like it's a thematic thing that you see in popular fiction and culture, and even historical stories and legends.
Sure. Yeah. Cooperative magic,
Yeah, and then but you see how it works in Palladium, it just makes sense.
Right.
And I'm not trying to dig on anything else, but
No,
it just for me, it always just kind of hit home. And when I tried to play, I actually started the first game RPG I played was Dungeons and Dragons. So, a lot of love there for there and my buddies and stuff. But for me, when I got into Ninja Turtles and then eventually I got to Rifts where there was magic, and I was like, oh, okay, it clicked for me, and I was able to jump into a game that had when we played Turtles, we didn't really do the psionic powers. My group and I, we were mostly just into like crazy mutant animals, I guess. We every once in a while someone would get some, but we would do a lot of just like, oh, what kind of animalistic abilities, right? We were really focused on that, and then giving them martial arts out of ninjas and super spies. So, but that was just my group. But when I got to that, it was like, oh, this is cool. This all, for me, it all kind of lined up. And that's one of the things that I worked really hard when we did the second edition of Rifts for Savage Worlds, was adding in stuff for meditations and rituals and things like that. And then what ley lines can do without it being really overpowered with just, I can draw in all the energy I want forever.
Right.
And so, yeah, it's a tough balancing act. Right. And I think the initial design team did a really good job on what you could do with the Savage Worlds magic system. But then when they went to the adventure edition of Savage Worlds, there was a lot of changes to their magic system. So it was a chance to reconfigure a lot of stuff to work with that as well. And players seem to have really enjoyed it. So it's hard to capture the Palladium magic system, with a completely different game system, and the feel of it. But we did our darndest, and we're actually still making tweaks. So, and
part of it was if you look at a lot of Palladium's rules, and Magic is a great example of this. I kept tweaking and changing and adding things or experimenting with things. So while a lot of the basics with P.P.E. and how magic works, the fundamentals are there in Mechanoids Book 2, The Journey, and in the original Palladium Fantasy game and Heroes Unlimited First Edition. But it really wasn't until Beyond the Supernatural, which came out in 88, I want to say, 1988. Yeah, so. And then Rifts, where I really fine-tuned it with the elements of the ley lines and all of that stuff. And then after that, the magic was very firmly established, and everything that followed has been within that pattern.
And I think one of the interesting things too, whether it's like the Federation of Magic and Rifts or one of the other settings, but the other thing is that these ley lines and especially the nexus points, they're important in the world, in the lore, right? Mm-hmm. Because in Rifts, maybe it's an uncontrollable, rifts and stuff are opening up, or in other places like throughout, say, the Magic Zone, it's who controls each one of those areas is really important. Is it some demon or dragon, or is it some lordling that's part of the Federation, or loosely associated with the Federation? But for them, it's important to lock all that down so that someone else isn't getting that power. Or in the case of the New West, you've got the Colorado Baronies. Some of them use techno-wizardry, and they are using those nexus points to power their entire barony. So it's really fascinating what it means in the world too, and I think that's really cool. I think that's really cool when you can have that, or if it's like, oh, my elemental fusionist character or warlock, say like with Palladium Fantasy, they're all elemental based magic. They go to their places of power, and that's a game changer for them too, right? That's where they can contact more elementals more easily or boost their powers, their spells. It makes a lot of fun, and it makes it strategic for the game master and the players. And one thing I'll probably head off at the pass some questions is, game masters say, well, how do I know when? I mean, you can just roll a die for percentile wise, decide, there's 10% chance when you go to some random area that there's going to be a place of power or a ley line or something like that.
Stop. I got like 8 of those questions.
Okay, well then we'll wait for all those. All right, we'll wait for we'll knock those out individually.
Well, then,
by the way, all Discord questions have now been nullified with that one answer. Good job, Sean.
There you go. No,
we got it. We got outlines in different books for that.
Yeah, so the whole summing up thing. I believe, in my opinion, the basis of of Palladium's magic systems is the idea of PPE. Everything comes from that. Everything. And the idea, the fact that all living things have it is really great. It's generated by your life force, but it technically isn't your life force because you can lose it and not die. So that's great, especially when you have one spellcaster and a whole bunch of man-at-arms or whatever in the same group. Those man-at-arms aren't going to have 30, 40, 50 PPE, but they're going to have 5, 10 around there. And that's enough to cast a crucial spell. And the spellcaster does not have to kill his friends to get it. Hey, can I get some PPE? Oh, and he can get some from his buddies, enough to cast that last Armor of Ithn or that last Firebolt or that Carpet of Adhesion that's going to turn the tide of battle. And the idea of PPE gives you so much high level strategic usage for Magic that I just think it's super impressive, and I haven't seen it done as well in other games.
Well, and one of the things, I think you're absolutely right. You're hitting on something. One of the things is that, well, I mean, to me, it seems obvious, but, Kevin designed this so that a lot of the really powerful spells you can't cast with your wizard's PPE pool. Like, what is it? Dimensional Rifts, like 1,000 PPE or something. And so, and most mages tap out, 50 to 100 or something, depending on the setting and stuff like that. But that means that and there's other spells that aren't quite that high, but they are very expensive to cast.
Yeah,
so
250,
maybe
350. Yeah.
Right. So maybe you need that's the advantage of, hey, we've got a mystic and a wizard or whatever, that, or a leyline walker and a shifter. Well, maybe when they combine their powers, or they combine their powers at a place of power, or using the energy from the group, different things like that, suddenly you can accomplish things that would be uncommon or just not even feasible otherwise. Right. Yeah. So I think that's a lot of fun too, because then it's another team effort, right, that goes into stuff.
Palladium magic brings people together.
That's the magic of Palladium books. I love it.
Friendship is magic.
So from a game design point of view, so when I'm designing anything, I'm like a newspaper reporter. I know for those of you who ever may have taken journalism class, they tell you, you always ask what, when, how, why, where, and I do that with everything. And so as I was developing my magic, and I wanted a basic system that covered a wide range of types of magic that my research was revealing, I sat back and went, so why would you sacrifice an animal? Why would you have a coven or a cult and rituals? Why would you do it on the full moon? Right. Or a planetary alignment or an eclipse.
Solstice
Yep.
And PPE, when I came up with the idea for PPE, it just all fits so well because, if it's part of your life energy, then there's reasons why evil characters would sacrifice people. There's reasons you would establish a cult. There's reasons you might have a coven. There's reasons, why you would, want to control this particular place of power. It went so far as to, pyramids, stone pyramids, because there's gazillions of them around the world, right? It's like, why? Because they're at places of power. They're where nexuses converge, and that's why they built these temples or these pyramids, to control the energy. And can you open up portals with these things, or heal people, or et cetera, et cetera. And it was just, it just really works really well. and it was all part of the process, the whole design thing. I like things to feel plausible.
Mm-hmm.
And I find it interesting that since I came up with a lot of these things, you're seeing it more and more in popular culture. And I'm like, is this an influence of me, or are they drawing similar conclusions?
Yeah. It's really hard to say because, you research real world things but they could have done the exact same thing. And so you can't take credit. Well, you could just go ahead and do it. I would just go ahead and take credit.
Kevin
I like
Siembieda
to think so,
changed
but-
the magical world with Palladium fantasy. Well, actually, with Beyond the Supernatural. Well, what was awesome about this bit of discussion here is didn't directly answer them, but they've touched on so many upcoming questions. I'm teasing this for the folks watching right now that we're going to come back to a lot of this, and I mean that. And it probably will come up in more discussion. But to get back on the principles, the underlying principles topic, let's broaden it back up. We're not just going to talk about magic. It's be magic, psychic powers, animal powers, etc. Supernatural abilities from Heroes Unlimited, whatever. Do you have or what strategies do you use to maintain a semblance of, call it, balance between the various supernatural abilities?
I can start, or if you
Yeah,
have
go
something.
ahead.
So this is something that's kind of weird because I'm working on finishing up the TMNT books, and they were an earlier part of the evolution of the Palladium system, and like the magic and psychic powers are approached a little differently. There's no I.S.P or P.P.E. It's simpler than that. I don't think it's bad, but one of the things with the I kind of locked down the phrasing in the book because it kind of varied a little bit in the original books. It's psychic powers and its animal abilities, and then there's superpowers and stuff. But I think for at least working on that was important for me to nail down, because it's like these are abilities that some animals do naturally have, right? And trying to make sure that they were really cool when you got animal abilities, and it's worth it to spend your Bio-E when you build your mutant animal. But that it hews close to something that resembles the really neat things that are out there in nature. So I think that's a great place to start. And a lot of them, I mean, none of them are like as good as was it Isothoth? Just, you can read any language, right? I mean, they're much more grounded in, you have a bonus to your vision, or you can smell this, or you can fly or glide or whatever. But that's all stuff that's out there in nature. And but at the same time, I think it's done really well that especially depending on the animal you're using, you're building your mutant out of, you get some really cool options and choices. And if you have extra points, you can go get, say, the psychic abilities in that game as well. And
let's use, because After the Bomb is my jam. With the idea of spending the Bio-E points, you're not spending P.P.E. or I.S.P. on this potential psychic energy or inner strength points. It's just part of you.
Right.
So when we look at the psionic ability, so wait a second, I don't have to spend I.S.P., but if I take a psionic ability, I'm spending these permanent points that forever will make it I can't grow bigger, I can't have another power, whatever, or an animal. What do you call an animal ability?
Yeah.
Instead taking a psychic power. How does that psychic power differ from, say, Beyond the Supernatural or a Palladium Fantasy or a Rift psychic power that I'm able to just pop out the stuff with I.S.P. every action?
So there's a couple of big differences. The major one is that you can only use one at a time, and that's a big limiter. The other thing is you don't really you have the equivalent of most of the psychic powers for people who are familiar with them. Or for those who are unfamiliar with them, you've got 3 different categories: physical, sensitive, and what is it? Inner,
super.
No. There's physical, healing, physical, sensitive, healing, and then you've got the super psionics. And so those are kind of like minor, and then the super psionics are like major powers. And you don't really have most of the major ones in the Ninja Turtles or After the Bomb. It's just most of them aren't quite that powerful, or if they are, you're going to use a lot of Bio-E to buy that power. And the other really big difference is that, so A, you can only use one at a time, and then B, as you level up, you're not going to get more powerful as a psychic, right? You're not going to be expanding your powers, whereas if you play a Mind Melter or a Mystic, say, in Rifts, they're going to continually advance in what they can do. And unlock new powers and abilities, gain more I.S.P. So at the beginning, your mutant animal or your mutant psychic, because in the transdimensional book, there's even mutant humans and hominids. So you could have straight out the gate have some really cool stuff, especially if you used up all your points and your guy has like clubbed hands and it looks like some weird
we call them balloon baby.
Yeah, the balloon baby thing. So I mean, you can
balloon baby. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you can do that, and then like you've got all these psychic abilities, but then that's it. You use that's all out the gate. It's right there, but you're locked at that. And again, you can only use one at a time. So that's the big difference. And I think that overall, it's very well. I mean, of course, Kevin and Eric designed this stuff, and it's actually overall really balanced when you look at the progression of a campaign type character.
Well,
so
sure.
I mean, you totally have them alongside psychics from one of the other games, right?
Yeah, in the Bio-E type Psionics, you can front load just like you said, and get a whole bunch of stuff. Spend all your Bio-E points, but then at the end of the day, you're supremely powerful psychic, but you're like a Quado now. You're like
or like a tiny terror.
You're like, dude, but now
work.
do I make children cry just by being around? Is it
Open
worth it?
your mind.
The other thing is with the magic and the time magic, instead of having P.P.E, you can just cast a certain number of spells per day. So what that means is the spells don't usually get up to, open dimensional portal or rift. The way they balance it instead, though, is there are more powerful spells, but instead of you can cast less than per day, which is the effective equivalent if you have lower PP, if they're higher PPE costs. Instead, they cost more of your choices, so less spells, but you can still cast say 8 per day. But maybe if you got a whole bunch of really powerful spells, maybe you only know like 4 or 5, or whereas another wizard might have 8 to 10. So that's how they balance that. And again, I thought it was really, it's really fun, and it's really it's to me it just feels like this is the right level of difficulty for Ninja Turtles and complexity for Ninja Turtles, right?
Well, even though I'm like you, Sean, I don't generally I can tell you I don't use the psionics in my TMNT games. I just want because it's just not the vision I have for the games. I don't think that they're bad. It's just not the vision I have for the games. But what I really like about the concept is if you compare, say, an animal from After the Bomb or a psychic from Beyond the Supernatural, I'm always going to have my powers. I literally spent it's in my DNA is the way I like to explain it to the folks. So I have these powers. There's nothing you can do about it. You had to train. The benefit for you is, like you said, on this side, I can have use multiple powers. I can get high. They'll increase with me as I keep training. And yeah, I might run out at some point during the day if it's a pretty big fight, but I'm gonna grow. Over here, I'm never gonna run out. Haha. But as the world's going on beyond me, that power in and of itself, I don't want to say becomes less effective. That's just not the way it works. But it's still limited in scope. Sure, you can use it unlimited amount of times, once per round or once per action. So there is a good give and take. I don't know if I explained that as well as I have it in my head, but there's a good give and take in there. There's a balance. Like they're both effective in their realms.
Right. No, I think it was really masterfully done in the first place. So. Surprise, surprise.
We've drifted into psychic powers now. Is there a
not really
a question that you have that is about magic and psionics?
I do later on, yes.
Okay.
Well, no, this right now we're talking about everything. Actually, I was going to flip the script for the next follow-up, but I have a question up here that I have to ask because it's $20 Rumble Rant.
Oh, there it is.
And it's once again it's on spells, but this is on the Savage Worlds Rift side.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
Dirty Savage Rifter here. Grizzly Beardo. By the way, thank you, Grizzly Beardo, for the $20. He says, Dirty Savage Rifter here. I'm currently GMing a high magic party. Do you guys have any advice for how I can keep that perfect Palladium flavor, you can't, in Savage World spells? Maybe some example trappings?
So I think trappings is a big deal. Choosing those correctly. One of the things, I'm going to totally leak this. One of the things we've been kicking around is with Savage World spells in the Adventure Edition, you choose your, you can have power modifiers. So your bolt can become higher damage or longer range or rapid fire, right? So there's less number of powers, but there's a lot of ways to customize them. One of the problems I run into is I see that we have people, they get that analysis paralysis, where they're like, okay, wait, I'm going to do this with this modifier and this, and they have to add up all the power points. So one of the things that we've been kicking around is, and so maybe you can play test this and tell me what you think. Maybe it's a terrible idea. But one of the things I've been thinking about, and I almost forced on people that, they weren't ready for it.
Forced on people. I love that.
That's how I mean, when you play my game, it's a play test. So, but is that make people choose all their modifiers when they choose the power? You might want to give, instead of normally you get, 3 powers for when you get an arcane background, and then say like 2 whenever you get the more powers edge. That's how it works in Savage Worlds. So maybe you increase those numbers by 1 so that people have just a little bit more option. But when they choose a power, it defines everything about it. So you don't just get bolt, you choose all your modifiers and you need to name it. And so that's every time you cast, you could have, and maybe your character would want to have 2 different bolts that they know powers at the same time. And they, one would be, or if it was say protection, it would be like, this is Armor of Ithan, right? And so that's one of the things we've been kicking around is establishing certain powers like that. And then, whenever when you rank up, you can let them modify, or optionally when they take the more powers edge or something, you can let them modify their existing powers or spells. So they would be like, oh, I'm going to, it would be like they're tinkering with the powers that they know. So, oh, my fireball is now going to be an ice ball, or, something like that. Instead of an explosion, it's going to be a blizzard that comes down. So they could switch the trapping and then the different modifiers that are associated with the power. But that's one of the things that I've been wanting to try out more. And we've been kicking the idea around. So if you think it sounds like fun, give it a shot with your group and let us know what you think. But one of the things we wanted to do was go through and say, here's a lot of the really like iconic Palladium spells. And so with that, if there was like, say, an Armor of Ithan or Fly as the Eagle or whatever, that we would go and you basically, if you took the standard version of those powers, you would get a 1 power point discount whenever you cast it. So, or we're also looking at like a +1 on the spell casting roll. So there was just a couple of options we've been kicking around. It's not something that we were ready to like revamp the entire Magic system for the entire product line, and especially now that as working as the licensor on this side, we're but the team's really focused on getting out Europa, which is looking great, by the way. So we've been more focused on stuff like that. But if you want to do something that feels more Palladium, because I totally get it, I'm right there with you, do that. The other thing is when I did the 2nd edition book, I would say go check out the Rituals and Meditations if you haven't, because I think that system really does a good job of helping it feel like ley lines and different spells. You can kind of power them up with the rituals or the meditations for psychic users that are psychic power guys. And so that's another thing to emphasize. But I hope that helps.
Okay. And Heathen Dog was right. We have actually covered some of the follow-up questions for the next one, but that's fine. That's how these things were supposed to flow anyway. But so we talked about a moment ago the difference between psychic abilities through I.S.P. and psychic abilities through BioE points for those who play After the Bomb and TMNT. Let's go into Heroes Unlimited for a second. How do the magical heroes, and by the way, folks out there, because I get these questions out of these comments a lot, like we all know how this works. There are going to be people watching these videos that don't know how this stuff works. So that's why we're doing these high level conversations on this. And maybe you've been playing one game for so long and not another one. And you didn't realize that there was this difference. That's why some of these simpler questions are actually being asked. But in Heroes Unlimited, magical heroes, they differ from the superhero characters, and they kind of differ in some degree to the way magic works across the rest of the Palladium universe. Not much, just in a more nuanced sense. So what are those differences for folks in a specifically Heroes Unlimited game? When I'm a magic user next to Heathen Dog's mutant dude who can just throw fireballs out of his fists.
Well, I mean, they're 2 different principles of power. So, our magic and whether it's magic, psionics, super abilities, they're all designed with the character in mind. So, if you're playing the Human Torch, that's just an innate ability he has. And that's how superpowers work. And there's various nuances or abilities within that bigger ability. So, he can completely flame his body and fly, or et cetera, et cetera. Versus a mage who is learning a specific type of spell or is wielding a magical weapon like Thor. It's just a matter of every time we design a new setting and characters for that setting, we think what makes them different, what makes them unique, what makes them fit into that setting. So I look at characters like Thor, who's got a magic hammer. And how can I incorporate into that? Well, that's his source of, Thor's kind of a different situation, but a character in Heroes Unlimited who is powered by
an enchanted
weapon.
Yep.
That's his source of power. And so he has the abilities that enchanted weapon bestows upon him. And so you have little nuances, little differences like that. And then the more traditional mage is, he's the guy who is your classic wizard or leyline walker, except in a modern setting. So you try to set up little things that fit that setting and make sense in the comic book, realm. Because, in all these cases, you're dealing with specific genres or tropes, and you want it to feel good for the player. You just get back to over and over again is how intuitive is this? How easy is it to play? How does it make the character unique and fun to play? Because everyone wants to play somebody that's unique. And in the case of Heroes Unlimited, you're trying to draw on all these different comic book characters and maybe not all is probably too all-encompassing, but, the vast bulk of heroes, you're trying to allow people to, at least I was, trying to allow them to play this huge range of characters that you see in Marvel and DC and Valiant and other companies, or that they can recreate their favorite characters. So you could use our rules and create Wolverine. You can use our rules and create, I think, more of like the original Doctor Strange versus the movie Doctor Strange, where he and his fellow sorcerers seem to be ultra powerful and can hop dimensions and things.
Yeah, it's more like the Time Lord magic and Turtles. If you want that experience.
Yeah.
One of my perceptions from Heroes Unlimited, and Heathen Dog's probably played way more of this than I have, but especially back in high school, is people used to poo-poo the magic. Why would I play a magic user? I have to have an item, or I have to wait to cast spell, yada yada, like all these things. I want my powers, man. I want to do my thing. But the magic user always had one thing over everybody else: versatility.
Yeah, the Swiss Army knife. That's right. What he
is.
Like,
yeah, you've got 4 powers. Look at you, woohoo! I got 30-some.
Well, and again,
they won't be as strong as
or consistent.
say invulnerability or like a super energy expulsion. They probably won't be as strong, but with all the versatility that a true caster or psionic in a superhero campaign has, it more than makes up for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and again, they do grow more over time.
Yes.
So, although I think one of the things that's great about Heroes Limited is the superheroes and their super abilities. The damage from your fire blast or whatever or other bonuses will, for certain powers, increase over time, over a level as well, right? So they don't feel as static as, say, like the mutant animals, right? That we were just talking about, and their animal abilities or their specific brand of psychic powers. But at the same time, I think that the mage and especially psychics, they can kind of break away, because the other thing is you might be hitting somebody with different elemental effects or mind attacks and stuff that they're not used to defending against. So that's another advantage of characters like that against certain opponents. It might not be effective against every opponent, right? But certain opponents might be more vulnerable to certain powers. So that's kind of the fun of, I think, doing like a psychic or a magic user in one of those games too.
Well, and like in all of our games, there are going to be characters that you personally may say, I don't want to play that. And one reason we really focus on the superpowers is because that's more of the typical superhero.
Yeah.
And so if
But you
you
have
want
operators, which are awesome.
right. But if you're looking for something different, maybe you want to play a mage, especially a character that's more strategic or more of a detective, an investigator. Then you want to play one of these other superpower categories. Just like you could argue, gosh, if you're going to argue that mages are puny, and why would I want to play one when I can have these 5 different abilities, superpowers? Then oh my gosh, why do you want to play a ancient master or a hardware guy?
Wait, which edition? Because the first edition one was 15th level. That's why I want to play it.
Yeah, fair enough. Of course, you were also 90 years old, but whatever. Yeah.
No, I agree, Kev. See, and this is one of the things that I'm trying to ensure that people who watch the video get out of this. Is like, don't look at the immediate, like, oh, his 5 powers or 3 powers and 1 superpower, or was it major? I forget what they're called now. It's better,
major and minor.
Major and minor, right? Like his two minor and 2 major are so much better than my 13 spells. Yeah, but you have 13 spells. Sure, he can do it whenever he wants. Somebody can take your little book away from you, your wand or whatever. Who knows if it's bestowed anyway. But you have that versatility. There's always some sort of give and take is one of the things I've learned. And so many characters that I've looked at, like, ugh, that character sucks. Like, wait a minute. No, it doesn't. Hold up. Well, we got an idea, and all of a sudden your brain is going through. This was said again on the Friday stream, and I love it when people say this: limitations breed creativity.
Absolutely.
Yep. Exactly.
All right. Before I go back to Heathen Dog here in a moment, I got another. Again, we're kind of combining stuff here, but I think we're just moving in this direction. So, how do you handle conflicts that could arise or overlaps between magic, psionics, mutations, animal powers, and so forth? For example, the easy answer for us would be like, well, yeah, magic might be more powerful, but I can only cast 1 or 2 spells per round. Psionics, I can just pop every action. Those things are inherently built into the game. So how do you handle like a lot of that overlap between, do I want a superpower, do I want a spell, or do I want a psychic power?
Are you talking from a game design point of view, or
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. This is like
how do you
the
keep the
principles.
flavors separate?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I generally try to keep them very separate and unique. So, for example, you don't see many magic abilities that are the same or similar to the psychic abilities. Because you want the characters to be different, and you want the level, the types of powers. Like sometimes when we get submissions for the Rifter or even for a major book, sometimes you see writers that start to overlap into like, well, this is more magical, or this is more. I try to, in my mind, so my starting point with psionics, for example, is these are powers of the mind. I'm drawing on, allegedly real life powers and abilities, from actual healers or psychic sensitives who can sense spirits and emotions and whatnot. Where by comparison, magic can be a whole range of different things, as can superpowers. I think about the characters and what they should have, what defines them, how they think, because, and we've touched on some of that in some of the discussion we've already had, is a guy with superpowers. He's going to be focused on his superpowers. That's his orientation. Where a sorcerer, and so depending on the situation that the game master is setting up for his characters, I mean, you could, invade Dr. Doom's castle, and the guys of superpowers are there just to fight the bad guys and use their powers and rescue people, where a character who's magic based or even detective based, may be looking for magical secrets and magical artifacts and magical weapons, and notice that, hey, where is Dr. Doom, and why don't we see him? Why isn't he being detected on any of the hardware guys? You know, the guy in power armor, the equivalent of Iron Man. Why isn't he picking up anything on his sensors? Oh shit, it's because Doom is using his magic, because Dr. Doom's an interesting character, and in recent years they've really leaned more into his magical orientations. You know, he's using magic to thwart that, and thank goodness you have a sorcerer, because he can realize that. You know, it's really nice to have those differences. And for me, everything is character and story. So it gets back to the character, and this is how I'm going to play this character, and it's designed for people to play that type of character. And it's okay that they're not going to think about magic or worry about magic, because that's not their orientation. Or their source of power. Mm-hmm. So it just gets back to the diversity of the types of players your types of characters you can play. And everything is designed that way. We're working on a project where our ace writer had this great idea, and it can't divulge what it is yet, but you know, he was setting up this setting up this whole world, and the broad world is great, and the situations are great, and Sean and I are like, you know, this is wonderful. What's my character?
Yeah, what are the players doing? What's the main adventure paradigm?
Yeah, the world's real interesting. What I do? What is my character doing? What does he care about? What the hell? You know, you can make the most interesting world.
Well, it wasn't like he had done a bad job. It was just that he pitched this idea to us, but he hadn't really dug in on that part of it. Right. And so, just to talk about how things kind of come out from high level design.
Right. Exactly.
Right? And so we actually sent him back with like, you need to watch this. It was funny because Kevin and I were like, oh, that movie and this anime and this, we realized we really have a similar like library of stuff that we really enjoy. But yeah, we sent him back, and then it was like he really got it.
Yeah, he got exactly. But and so the thing is, for Sean, for me, for Eric Wojcik, I think for most seasoned game masters, they really start thinking with the character, and how do I make an interesting character for people to play and have fun with? Because it's funny, sometimes I see some games that come out where you're reading it and you're like, but they kind of missed the mark. Yeah, this is a cool mechanic, and wow, this is a revolutionary idea, or this is a real clever variation of something. But if it's not fun,
yeah, is there a compelling thing to do? Is it different than anything else out there, right? Or is it, sure, you change up some of these details, but you're really just kind of playing the same game everyone's already played before? That's not fun, right? One thing I'll say is, because working on, again, I'll bring up Rifts for Savage Worlds, but you know, part of that is I was deconstructing a lot of what Kevin created to bring it into a completely different game system. You really have to look at the core themes and ideas of what's going on. And one of the things I'll say about superpowers versus magic versus psionics in general is that, again, there's with the magic, sometimes there are really powerful things you can do, but it's not right. Like I said, like, you know, we talked about, there's some spells in especially in Rifts and stuff where you've got this like big giant, you know, ball of negative chaos or antimatter that you can shoot at something or someone, but it costs a lot of P.P.E. But a lot of times you're going to get more of a lot of different options that maybe it's harder to pull off some of it unless you're using rituals with magic, and using like places of power or sacrifice or something like that. So it's, you know, then with super abilities though, a lot of times you get like that full, I'm throwing fireballs all day long, I'm zipping around, I'm on fire, people who touch me are on fire, you know. Or I can stop bullets, right? I can fly at the speed of sound. So I believe I can fly. Right, which totally eclipses a lot of those individual abilities, you only have a few, but they totally eclipse what you can do with most magic, right? Or easily with magic. And then the psychic powers are often quite subdued and very limited too in, for lack of a better term, what in Savage Worlds they call it trappings. Like, is it fire? Is it ice? Is it electricity? So when I was working on Rifts for Savage Worlds, one of the things that I dialed back in on the psychic power front was it's interesting because maybe you say, oh, I have telekinesis, so I could technically lift myself and throw myself. And then, but really that's not what, say, the Crazy has. They have telekinesis. They don't have flight in their list of abilities in Palladium Rifts. Well, in Savage Rifts, somehow
Crazy that can fly would no.
Right, someone put flight in there, so it was like, whoa, you know, anything. I could basically had to make a list of these powers in Savage Worlds would be considered super psionics, and so they are now verboten for most of your low level psychics, right? For your minor psionics, and I added that definition in the game, right? It just wasn't a differentiation that was clearly there the same way. So it was like, here's the minor psionic power list, right? And then, of course, Crazies don't even have the full gamut of minor psionic powers. They have their own very specific list. So carefully trimming and tweaking those kind of power lists. The issue that had come in the first edition, and I think it was done really well, but one of the issues that had come in is you could build a Crazy that was in a lot of ways just better than a Mind Melter. Because of some of the powers they had access to. They didn't have quite the versatility of the Mind Melter and some of the higher level powers they could choose, but it wasn't quite defined enough. And then the other thing was, and the Burster was done really well. And the Zapper was successor to that did really well. But one of the things was making sure that people understand when you take the major psionic ability that it opens up your trappings from like ectoplasm or force, kinetic force, so that now you can choose to, my character has, pyrokinetic abilities, right? So now I can add the power, fire trapping to my psychic powers. So doing that really helped make it feel much more like the Palladium system, where it had that nuance and a lot more subtlety to it with the psychic abilities. And so that's just a thing to consider. A lot of times it feels fun to just give everybody more, right? And big. But then you lose that nuance between the different stuff. And that's what makes it, I think Sid Meier says, a game is an interesting series of choices. And so that's one of the things is even from your character creation and then leading into all the different encounters you have throughout that story and narrative, there's all these interesting choices that you're making that make a big difference between whether you chose to play a Mind Melter or a Leyline Walker, right?
Exactly.
And that's really important to having things feel interesting, right? Because
limitations breed creativity.
Right.
Yeah. And getting back to Palladium in particular, I noticed that a lot of classical magical spells that you'd see in literature or movies, whatever, like crystal ball stuff, remote viewing, all that stuff. It's not in the main book for magic spells. None of that is. It's psionic only. So I noticed that, and then I looked at the two lists, the list of magic, list of psionic powers, and there's a little overlap, but not a lot. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that if you want to do, you're just going to have to be a psychic, or you're just going to have to be a mage. That not one class can do both things. They're specific roles to fill. Now, I have to imagine that was on purpose.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, and sometimes, if you look at those stories too, they had a crystal ball that did it, right? Or they had this magic item that had that ability that they couldn't normally access with. So it's a little, that's one of those things. A lot of times you have to remember that in these stories, a lot of times the powers that maybe aren't in that magic list aren't on purpose because they're actually imbued within items instead. And I think Kev does a good job of providing those items within the games too. So it actually makes it feel more There's more.
See, I was going to complain about that until you just made that distinction there. And I remember, yeah, you're right. There are magic items that do that. And that really does make more sense that way.
I mean, it actually matches the stories better. And that's the reason I brought up that stuff about the Savage Rifts, is just because those distinctions are really important. If you don't have them, it doesn't feel as compelling, and it doesn't feel like Palladium, right? And so that's what some of the things that I found, that's like part of the secret sauce, actually.
The thing is, I can't get the picture of the flying crazy out of my head, because all I picture now is a crazy. Every attack, he just turns himself into a missile. He's going to wear a spike helmet, and he's just going to fly into everything that he can. He's going to become his own
guys
launcher.
that jump in the bombard cannon or whatever.
Right? Yeah. I mean, tell me that doesn't fit a crazy. I'm just saying.
I know it sure does.
A short-lived one, yeah.
Sure. Well, it's crazy. So I've got one question on this theme left, and then a super chat, and of course I'll give Heathen Dog anything that he wants to add to it before we kind of move on to a bit of a different topic. But you guys brought up the rifts. You got, was it the gravity well, black hole bomb, whatever you want to call it? I'm again not the rifts guy here. So how does a game say, again, we're talking about the principles across the Megaverse. So you've got Palladium Fantasy and you've got rifts. Technologically speaking, different ends of the spectrum. How does the approach to magic differ between, say, those two ends of the spectrum? And by the way, when I say magic in this case, I mean magic and psychic powers.
No, that is an interesting question. And I got to take a minute to think about it, to really process it as well, because the creation of spells, naming them, what they do, would be influenced by the culture that the person is in. So if it's in a high-tech culture, maybe you'll have spells that emulate technological outcomes more than just purely magical ones.
Culture's the next question.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, well, I mean, but culture does play into this. It's not just a matter of technology. So in Palladium Fantasy, you tend to see more the low tech, for lack of a better term, traditional magic, and that term doesn't really fit because there's really no such freaking thing.
Right.
One of the things that really struck me, especially back in the 1980s, is it was hard to find like real spells. I mean, culturally and historically, a lot of magic was more druidic and was very commonplace. They're not like superhero powers. In both our fantasy game and Rifts, all of our games, the magic is, and you see it more because it's become common now in novels and young adult novels in particular, and comic books. But traditional, supposedly real magic, it didn't involve fireballs and lightning bolts, right. And it was like love potions and cure colic and help mitigate the symptoms and pain of pregnancy, or to bring rain for the crops, or to send locusts away. And I'm like,
so basically, the older style Palladium magic from Palladium Fantasy would be more holistic and more utilitarian type spells.
Not necessarily. I mean, real magic was more holistic and utilitarian. In Palladium Fantasy is more based on like mythological magic.
Okay.
So you do have lightning bolts, and you do have fireballs and wall of fire and stuff like that, because it fits that setting and that technology. And again, the character and cultural orientation, because you're dealing with elementals and forces of nature and demonic things, versus giant robots and force fields or whatever. And although the Armor of Ithan is a real great example of a really cool ability that's in both settings, and a lot of our spells are in both settings. But if you look at Rifts, there's a lot more variation. You've got in Federation of Magic. You've got channeling and other conjuring and other things.
Subparticle acceleration.
Yeah.
Annihilate, where you throw a black hole, baseball-sized black hole at something.
Okay, so the higher technology society would their spells would emulate kind of like technological type backgrounds. How am I gonna?
I don't think that's what it. I don't think if that's the approach. It seems to me more. It's like you wouldn't put particle acceleration attack spell into a fantasy game,
Right?
No.
But you would into Rift,
Right.
I mean,
because
they wouldn't think of it, because the idea,
it's like a completely
doesn't exist to them,
right.
Exactly.
But it's not like they created the magic. The magic was
Right.
already there, right? I
Right.
mean, it fits the theme and it fits the setting. But I mean, the big thing though, I would say, is techno-wizardry, right? I mean, that's an example of the huge change that's kind of setting altering.
And
Right?
I've got a whole section on that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't care if we approach it now. I mean, I can do these questions out of order. That's not a big deal. But
we're gonna give you a bonus one.
aw,
Look at that.
However y'all want.
well, I want to get into super chat here in a moment, but I want to actually, Heathen Dog, do you have any final or anything about, again, the overriding principles of Magic that remain consistent throughout the Megaverse that you want to ask?
Well, obviously the main consistency is P.P.E. Stuff like that permeates everything everywhere in the Palladium Megaverse. But the idea that magic, psionics, superpowers, animal abilities, all of them are, for the most part, separate. I mean, there's some bleed over a little bit here and there, but Palladium has done a fairly good job of keeping them apart. If you want the animal abilities, great. You're going to have these abilities all the time on tap, no matter what. But unlike everything else, you're never going to get better. You're never going to get stronger. It's completely front loaded. Whereas a mage or psionic start out much weaker than the animal abilities, but as the levels progress, you will become stronger and stronger. And in many cases, at the late levels, you will be better than an animal ability or a superpower.
Certainly
Much more versatile,
diversified.
obviously.
You're definitely going to be more diversified.
Oh yeah. That's just what I just said. Yeah, you're definitely going to be more diverse, and that is consistent throughout all of Palladium, which I appreciate. Especially when you get into the only in second edition. If you try to do first edition and second edition, try and mix those. The first edition magic and psionics weren't done baking yet, basically. It wasn't until late 80s, early 90s when they were, cookies are done. You can have a cookie now. There it is. Right.
That's right.
I like cookie dough, though.
Well, then play first edition. There you go.
Well, it's funny. Guess what book I just got in my Christmas package?
Well, and that's one of the cool things about the Palladium system is for 40 plus years, the core game mechanics, rolling percentile for skills, D20 opposed rolls for combat, that all has stayed very consistent. So the core system's been the same, but where you see the difference between, like, say, the revised edition or the second edition, depending on which game series it is, that can vary a little bit. But it's really more like each one's just more like a revised and updated execution of a lot of these concepts, so that they get deeper and deeper without changing all the core mechanics.
All right, I thought there might be follow up to that. I guess not. Okay, mic drop. Okay. All right, let's look at. So I think Heathen Dogs started this one. Perhaps Sean might play in Heathen Dogs Paranoia one shot on the 11th.
Talk about that one.
Yep.
Did you start that one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because I was like,
but then Sean, said,
Oh, okay, you-
and I'm like,
pressed
oh,
it
well, I
after
didn't
that.
need to
Got
try
it.
and force them. Okay.
are Cosmo Knight's energy blasts able to harm the true vampires?
Oh, that's a good question. I would have to think about that. Off the top of my head, I would say yes.
Oh God.
Ooh,
Oh.
debate.
No.
But I would also leave it up to the game master. And again, that's off the top of my head. You know, if I really looked at it, I might come back and go, no, I don't think so. But maybe. I mean, they're cosmic forces. You know, that's. But then again, they're not necessarily sun based.
Exactly. Right. I mean, the cosmic forge isn't. Is it a star? It's not. Maybe not. I don't know. I've never seen it myself. So
I don't know. These vampires can be hurt by a super soaker, so maybe a flashlight works too. What do you want?
Wow.
No, not just light, sun.
Yeah, we know.
I guess the question is the Cosmonites, are they inherently good?
Generally.
Yeah, well, Cosmo Knights could be considered cosmic paladins. I mean, are they holy?
Is that a holy attack?
Yeah. Well, and are they necessarily, solar powered? No.
But no. In my opinion, that would be definitely a no.
Solar powered paladin.
Yeah. In my opinion, it would definitely no, because Cosmo Knights already have the huge benefit of taking 1/100th damage from all energy and being able to go toe to toe with star cruisers and stuff. I mean, letting them like burn vampires out of existence. They would go to a planet, burn all the vampires out, go to the vampire intelligence, give them a big, F you, and just burn them out too.
Yes.
I don't know, man. It makes them too strong.
I can agree.
I think they're already too strong.
Yeah, they already are too strong.
Well, that's why they're super rare. And
have a lot of limitations.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's debate and chat about this already. We're gonna move on because we stirred up the hornet's nest, and it's awesome.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
But Kevin said, hey, game masters can do whatever they want at the table. It's it's a pretty standard answer that we are used to. But there's method to that madness. I love this term. I know it's people ever read my book, if it's ever done, they're going to get so sick and tired of hearing this. A fair, reasonable, and consistent game master. If you hit those three things, if you're fair, you're reasonable, and you're consistent, it shouldn't matter what ruling you make at your table.
Yeah, sure. I agree.
All
right. The $10 super chat. Thank you very much, friends, for the $10 super chat. Question for Palladium about magic. Okay, how the heck do you play a Diabolus as anything other than a guy who plants landmines? Now, before they answer, I have a video on that, sir. I did, because Heathen Dog hates the Diabolus. Well, I wouldn't say hates, but he thinks it should be an NPC, and I'm like, nay. You just need a good game master who's not doesn't have to go rush, fight all the time, and you can play the Diabolus. I actually have a video on that, but let's get a real answer from somebody who actually knows what he's talking about.
No, I say watch the video.
Kevin, obviously.
Again, not every player is every player character is going to be an action hero. And Diabolus is a good example of that. He's got a lot of arcane mystic knowledge. He knows about wards and magic circles and things. He can be super, super handy. And if he has a chance to prepare for things, he can set up traps and delaying tactics.
And healing circles. And oh my God, yes. Oh,
exactly. Diabolus has to be played very strategically and very tactically. And suddenly a fight breaks out in a bar. Yeah, maybe he's going to get his clock clean, but you can say that about maybe a priest or some other characters as well. It's just seriously. People don't role play kind of themselves, and I'm not saying you should have characters based on yourself. Personally, I hate those.
Everyone did it when they were teenagers, though.
I would have like a PS of 7, and anyway. In different situations, different characters are going to have strengths. And it kind of gets back to sort of the mega damage thing as well, where it's like, if you're an idiot and you've got a lead pipe and a tank is coming down the street, smart thing is to hide, to run away, not to charge a tank and hit it with your.
No, this character sucks. I'm just gonna let the tank run me over so I can make a new one.
There you go. And that's an option. That's an option. But, same thing with the Diabolist. In a stand-up fight, he can probably handle himself, but not against a paladin or a knight or someone who's really powerful.
Well, but if you've ever seen the show like Supernatural, I really like that show.
Up until Purgatory.
There were highs and lows in the run. But I will say that was one of those shows that really, when they would do some of the different symbols and different wards and things like that, I really enjoyed that, right? Because they were up against really powerful stuff.
Yeah, and when they had to prepare.
Otherwise they would have absolutely lost.
Or else they were going to get steamrolled.
Right.
Because
and at the end,
when you're facing a demon, it's so much attack, and soak up so much damage. You cannot face it without being prepared. And so they all became Diabolists. They all had these magic circles they would plant in advance, hide them around.
And they got the main characters got pretty good at it, right? And they'd even do things like, and you could do this, right? I mean, they would hide stuff under rugs or finish the last mark on the symbol or finish the last mark and the demon's now trapped inside the ward. He didn't realize he was standing on it, right? Or do it on the ceiling, right? There's all kinds of stuff. And then later in the series, they would try and trap really powerful stuff that way, and it didn't always work out, or it was just like one of your things when you talk about it in like the powers. It's like the guy knocks something over at the edge of the room and water comes down and breaks the line.
Right.
You know what I mean? I was like, this is just like Palladium. So, but if you don't like it, don't play it.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
but
and also the game master needs to take these things in consideration.
Yes.
There's nothing ever for the Diabolist to do, then he's lame as fuck.
Right. And sometimes, you need to have that conversation with your game master about what kind of game are we playing and what kind of stuff we're going to go up against.
You allowed me to play this class, and yet you're not allowing me to play this class.
Yeah, it's like if all you're going to be doing is fighting orcs and there's no magic, you may not want to play a Diabolist, right?
Yeah. So great example is there have been lots of times where my players will walk up to doing a dungeon crawl and they come up to a door and it's covered in some kind of symbols. Well, none of them have a freaking clue what they are. But the Diabolist can walk up. But there's a lot of times where they're like, well, can we tell that they're wards? No. You don't know. That's not your area of knowledge. Can we tell?
It's Swahili.
Well, I've seen a word of this or that before, and I actually drew it and put it in my notebook. So does my character recognize it?
Words have to be powered.
Sure. He sees exactly. And then it's like, well, is it activated? You don't know. Why don't you try opening the door and see what the hell happens to you?
I absolutely did. I love red herrings, Kevin. I love red herrings. And I actually utilized words. Now, unfortunately, I wasn't playing Palladium Fantasy. Sorry. But I used that concept because of Palladium Fantasy. I actually copied that page out of the book with the words and I drew them on things. So people that were in my game that knew Palladium Fantasy would, it's a word. Didn't activate any of them. They spent about a half an hour of real time trying to figure out what to do with that door, and all they needed to do was open it.
Yeah. I've done the same thing, and it's great. And I've had other times where, they are activated, and the guy's really lucky because it's some horrible thing, and he makes a savings throw. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, you feel this chill wash over you, or like blast furnace heat, just kind of, and it's like, what happens? Like nothing. He made your savings throw. But if he hadn't, then he's going to feel the results of it. I love the frickin' Diabolist myself. I certainly use them as villains because I'm usually the game master. But I've had them as NPCs, and I've had other players play them, and they can be great. They can be a huge asset in a game if you give them their opportunity to shine.
Oh, especially as a villain, because what's the one thing the heroes have to do? They have to go to the villain. And a villain Diabolist, you are going to the worst place on the planet for you because he's ready. It's his house.
He knows
And
somebody's
he
coming
set
at
up
some point.
Oh, yeah.
1,000 traps to stop these would-be heroes from ganking him. You know, that's how it works. So an NPC Diabolus is a force to be reckoned with. You got to go to him. That's
Well, and
dangerous.
Heathen Dog, let's be fair. I mean, the one thing that you say about the Diabolus, and you know, this is your opinion, not mine, is that you think they should be NPCs.
Yeah, they're great NPCs. Great.
Well, they are great NPCs, but I think they're great player characters too. I forget who was running the game. It was like a short. We only played like 6-8 times, but I was playing a Diabolist, and it came in handy. I mean, of course, I created it, so I kind of know the ins and outs.
Yeah, fair enough.
But
Awesome. Well, hopefully, friends, that answers your super chat question there. Thank you very much again for the $10. We're going to move on to the next one here.
I hope that was worth $10.
What's that?
I said I hope that was worth $10. Like,
Yeah.
Walter MC, member now for 12 months. He hit the year mark. Does he have the 1 behind his name? I can't see right now, but congratulations.
12 months.
Just a heads up for all us Canadians. Canada Post may be going on strike in the next few days. That was in relation to the Christmas packages.
yeah.
Merry
The
Christmas.
2024 Christmas packages.
Oh, stop it.
I want to see it.
Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Hopefully not.
All right, for magic to be cast, do your hands need to be free? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Most of chat said no.
No, yes, but that's another big demarcation between magic and psionics.
Right.
Magic is so much more apparent. You have to speak, you have to gesticulate.
And not just speak. There's no whispering magic.
Yeah, there's no whispering. It has to be audible. Whereas psionic is not as powerful, but
much
it's
more subtle.
secret. No one knows you're doing it unless you tell them, right?
Well,
At this point, I don't even care what Kevin and Sean have to say. Heathen Dog's right. Let's move on. No, exactly.
Well, I'll just say again, just speaking of like Savage Rift, for instance, that's one of the things that Kevin and I chatted about because it wasn't as explicit in that system. And it was like, that was one of the things that I added to the core book was you have to be, you can't, your character can't be like tied up or bound and gagged if you want to be casting spells. Right. And that's a big difference between them and psychic people who have psychic powers.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, one of the things that I'm strongly considering, it's something Chuck Walton and I had discussed when I was plotting Laszlo, which is you could actually have schools of magic that aren't just I'm not talking about I specialize in water, I specialize in fire, I specialize in nature magic or healing magic. I'm not talking about that, but houses of magic or schools of magic, much like martial arts, where the way they use their hands are much more defined. So you could see a mage using his hands, gesturing in a particular way, and go, oh, he trained under Master so-and-so or under the house of this or that, versus one who might be more, subtle with it, or, some may be really flamboyant and, swirling. Come on, Doctor Strange is kind of...
yeah, hands all over the place, yeah.
And others might be more... shorter, smaller gestures, or do a little twist at the end whenever you cast something. So I thought that was a cool idea. It was Chuck's idea.
Have you ever seen the Sci-Fi Channel show? No, it was a Sci-Fi Channel. I'm not sure. The Magicians. Yeah, they have the little gesticulations.
The one I liked was it was this movie, The Boy Who Would Be King, but it was basically a retelling of the King Arthur story with these like kids in a school, but that Merlin is like a teenager or whatever, or he shows up as a teenager. But when he's casting spells, he's doing all these flamboyant moves and saying all this, quackadoodle stuff. But it was, I really thought it was fun. I was like, okay, that's, I think, what really powerful magic casting should look like. It was just,
I can't remember what the game was, but I played a game that if you took out if you tried to effectively silent cast, it was at like half power.
Oh wow, yeah. No, I mean that.
But if you actually like, there's no such thing as like unnoticeable casting. I don't know what term it would be,
Right.
but you could tone it down. But if you toned it down, guess what happened? The spell toned down. But if you shouted it like from the top of a mountain and just stick it and did the whole Doctor Strange thing, you actually increased its power.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that.
an interesting. Yeah, I do too.
Have to give that some thought.
You can send the check to.
There you go.
All right, let's move on.
You got your
to
surprise package.
Fair enough.
We'll send you a T-shirt.
I won.
I'm kidding.
I won.
A white T-shirt and a
Right.
V-neck at that.
Oh man. I don't know why Heathen Dog started this one. Go ahead.
Because you know what? Completely off topic, obviously, but I've heard this for my entire life, and every year you get one or two news articles of dubious background that, oh no, there's this lady who ate raw cookie dough and she died or whatever. I've eaten raw cookie dough. I've seen people eat raw cookie dough. I've heard of lots of people.
Dude, my dorm room in the 90s, I had raw cookie dough in there every day because I needed to keep my weight up.
Man, unrefrigerated nonsense for days. You just chew on it and you're fine. So what the hell, man? I don't believe this. It's malarkey.
And the eggs, when I played sports in the 80s and early 90s, I used to do the whole raw egg before I played the game thing. So I've never had a raw egg kill me.
Never.
Although they're nasty. It's like eating boogers.
Gross.
It's gross.
I don't know why you would.
Well, and I think certainly every kid of my generation, when mom made a cake or a pie or some kind of dough, it's like, can I lick the batter? The bowl, and
yeah. All right, let's and then the last one here.
So far, so good.
Yeah. I thought Heathen Dog's NPC must be character was the Shifter.
No, the Shifter is a never be character.
There we go. And one day we are going to address that. Just not today, apparently.
Not today. Not today.
All right. Let's move on to a little bit different theme, but again, we're staying at a high level here to some degree. We're actually going to talk about cultures and some real world concepts in here. And let's start with the real world side here. How do you use magic and psionics as metaphors for real world concepts like power, knowledge, personal growth? And this question actually came from somebody else. I just reworded it. Is because Kevin loves his lore. So when you're writing the lore around this, how do these real world concepts influence you?
Well, a lot of times they influence the game design. It influences the characters. Because as we touched upon earlier, the whole concept of P.P.E. arose out of how do I plausibly explain magic and all the different types of magic. Why do some people, like I said, have a group of people that's like a cult? It's because they get to draw on the group's P.P.E. Why do you have blood sacrifices? Because the animal or the person or the creatures, like if you kill a magical creature, it's P.P.E. It has an immense amount of P.P.E. to begin with, and then you kill it, and its P.P.E. is doubled, and you get to draw on that. I tried to create something that made sense, like that tied it all together. And that was a huge inspiration, and I knew I had succeeded. I had one of my employees at the time when I got done with, I'm pretty sure it was BTS, and I asked him to read the magic section and let me know what he thought. And he was like, "Not only is this outstanding, Kev, but as far as I'm concerned, this is how magic works in the real world." And I'm like, yes, that's what I want, because it's all fiction, it's all baloney, but it feels right. It feels plausible. It makes sense in that world, and that's what I want. And that's how it often inspires me. It will also inspire me to create characters, villains, good guys, bad guys, monsters. Sean and I both love history and mythology, and they're just filled with great stuff. Like when I was introduced to Chinese mythology through Eric mainly, I'm like, holy cow, man! Their history, and same thing with India and their mythologies. I mean, you're talking superheroes and DBs for sure. I mean, beings with 4 and 6 and 20 arms and crazy powers and shape changing galore. And I can fly, and I have a flaming chariot, and all this other stuff. And it's like, how? And for me, seeing that, my mind immediately goes, especially now after 43 years. My brain immediately goes to, ooh, this is a cool idea. How can I turn that into something cool in one of my games, And then when I'm doing regions, I want to capture their culture. I want to capture their history, hopefully always without offending anybody.
Oh, no, it's too late. It's too late. You've just crowned yourself as king of cultural appropriation. Good job.
All right. No, I think of it as I want to share their culture with the world, and I
cultural
want
appreciation, right? Just using Sean's term.
Exactly, appreciation, not appropriation.
That's right.
And because I do appreciate it, and it is amazing, and it is interesting, and I want to share it with people. And if we're going to have adventures in China, I want to capture that, so it's not like going to Pizza Hut in the USA. It's a completely different land, especially in something
Panda
like
Express
riffs. Yeah,
there you go.
Well, it's fun. I think I now know why I do like the Diablo so much. So, full disclosure, in the 90s, well, starting late 80s until about 2001, 2002, I was very deep into the occult. The books behind me they'd be some gaming books, but they'd be a lot of books on everything from, Wiccan to Druidism, but mostly they're Hermetics. They're, the Abbey of Thelema, Crawley, Golden Dawn, Enochian, a whole bunch of stuff like that. Well, a lot of symbols, the Key of Solomon, things like that are utilized there. And I think that might be one of the reasons why I really like the Diablo, is because while the symbols aren't the same, obviously it uses that motif.
Oh, I mean, Kevin has a lot of those books right here. I mean, and but he also has like these amazing, by the way, if viewers don't know, I was a Chinese analyst for the Air Force, and I lived in Taiwan for a couple of years as a missionary. I have a degree in Chinese language and culture, and I have my own collection of books and stuff. And I was amazed at what Kevin has, and a lot of it he'd inherited from Eric Wujcik, but they bought a lot of these really great these really great books as resources before we had the magic of the internet as it is now. Yeah. I mean, even when the internet first started, it wasn't like it is now, where you can access so much knowledge so accurately. It took, when it first was a thing and people could surf the internet, it still took a lot of time for libraries to be scanned and brought online. And so it was really fascinating stuff. That's one of the things that growing up reading, the Palladium books, was a lot of times they had this basic introduction to the history and the culture of the region, say in a Rift's World book, or in Ninjas and Super Spies. It had a lot of basic information about martial arts, whether it was Chinese or Japanese or Korean. And that was really cool. When I lived overseas, it was like, oh, wow, that game was right. Because I took Kung Fu, but then when I was in Taiwan, I did some Tai Chi with a master taught at the Confucian Temple in Tainan. And then I learned some Taekwondo from a guy that was a frogman in the Chinese military, in the Taiwanese military. And so it was just really interesting to be like, wow, that stuff was pretty spot on. And
we'll have to talk Kung Fu later, because I took Kung Fu also.
Oh, okay, yeah. I took like Zhenglu Dao, I guess is what you
mine is just straight up Northern Shaolin.
Oh, okay. So and it was one of the earlier forms, so it has a lot of Tai Chi in it, a lot of what you consider Taekwondo. It has kicking and punching, right? It's not like one before it split off, a lot of them. But anyways, like Northern and Southern, right? So Northern is
kicks, yep.
Right, and Southern is more punches, because you're going to slip in the rice paddy or whatever. So anyways, that's one of the things that I did notice. I mean, there are, some of the original question was, there's a lot of themes, at least I've noticed in Rifts and some other games by Palladium that a lot of times magic, the really powerful magicians, if they learn too much, they start to go a little nuts, right? And whether it's Lord Dunson from the Federation of Magic, or even Lord Fromelane from Sourcebook 1. There's a lot of different characters like that. Whereas with the psychic, a lot of times the ones that pursue more of the mysticism and future telling, they become a lot more open and peaceful and accepting, but then they warn people when something truly evil is starting to bubble up. And so I know the original question talked about some of those kind of themes. And so I have noticed that those are some of the things that I've noticed, at least. And then, psychic abilities a lot of times are more about self-mastery, whereas magic is more about pursuing all this knowledge, even if it's forbidden or twisted, or, man was not meant to know, and it's going to, warp your brain that way.
Well, that's great. Sorry.
Or corrupt you. Either you go kind of off,
right? Or you literally get corrupted because you're making deals with stuff that's not good.
Or it's the old line about absolute power corrupts absolutely, and that's not always true, but sadly is very often true. So the more powerful people get, or the more supernatural beings they may start to associate with, especially the demonic, their view of the world becomes corrupted. They themselves become corrupted, because it's like, well, I'm so powerful, maybe these rules or these morals or these principles don't apply to me. And so they start doing shady things or cruel things, or they no longer look at people like us as having value because we don't know magic, and we're just, to quote the Hulk, we're just puny humans. And they start to get delusions of grandeur or power hungry. I love human psychology, so I like to go to those places and extrapolate on that kind of thing.
Well, without getting into the details, because we've talked about it before, Heathen Dog's Mage game, I would be a perfect subject for your psychology experiment on that one. And this is great, because this leads right into the next question I wanted to ask, which is, so in what ways do supernatural abilities impact the moral and ethical choices characters face within your game worlds? And this could be player characters and NPCs, just like how the overall Palladium world is built.
Well, I think a lot of people miss the distinction between supernatural and magic. I think they've gotten it more, but in the early days they had difficulty with it. And so supernatural beings are not mortal. They're something else. They defy the laws of science and physics, and many of them kind of represent dark emotions or base emotions and desires and things. So certainly when you're dealing with supernatural evil and the demonic, it's bad news, man, because they want to pull you over. They see humans and other mortal beings, whether you're a human or a DB or whatever, but even creatures of magic, they like to corrupt people. That's sort of their purpose. They're like, they are evil or anarchist or creatures of chaos, and their very essence, their very nature, just like a predatory animal is to hunt and to kill and to feed, their very nature is to corrupt and instigate evil and cruelty and chaos. And that's the danger of associating with those things. And typical human nature, and that's why I play with that. And that's where things like the shifter comes in, is typical human nature is, I get all that, but it won't happen to me.
Yeah, it won't happen to me. Yeah, cautionary tales are for the other guy.
Yeah, that's right.
So I'm gonna tweak this a little bit, because one of the things that I don't want to say bothered me, but I've always found interesting, is that a necromancer, so to speak, he gives plagues and he raises the dead, all this creepy stuff, right? What would it be like to be burned alive by the Human Torch? Why is that why is that acceptable? Oh, I got a fireball here. I'm just going to torch you. One of the worst ways in the world to die. You know? And like, it's just a fireball. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I mean, morally, it's more reprehensible to burn someone alive than to stab them in the heart.
Yeah,
I would completely agree with that, and I think that's why the Human Torch generally doesn't throw fireballs at
folk.
ordinary people.
Yeah, just random folk.
But they kind of walk that line. Well, I mean, for that matter, Iceman. You always find it funny when these people get encased in ice, and like 20 minutes later they get the ice is broken away, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I was so cold." And it's like, how about I couldn't breathe?
Yeah, you were in there for 5 minutes. How come you're not more, dead?
Yeah. Well, and
just to be fair, Rick and Morty did cover that. Oh, that's how Beth and Summer died.
Frostbite's a horrible thing. I mean,
oh God, yes.
Cold can be just as despicable, and so I love comic books and I love Iceman, but I mean, it's like, dude, you're not encasing somebody's hands, let alone their freaking head or their whole body in ice, because you're gonna kill them.
Yeah, and in your game, in Heroes Unlimited, it actually says that if you encase someone's head in ice, they have this long until they be dead.
Yeah.
So this is it.
Do you think that's a natural part of just playing the game, though? Because we're just used to like, hey, magicians have fireballs, whether it's a computer game or mythology, whatever. They have lightning bolts. They have again, being struck by lightning is not a cool way to. To be fair, none of them are. But I mean, but the necromancer, he's the evil one. What did he do? He gave me the sniffles.
Right. Well, I mean, it's all kind of relative. I played the Warhammer Fantasy role playing, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't know if everyone's ever seen like the critical hit tables on those, but they get progressively worse, and you can start bleeding out or choke to death on your blood or all these different ways. Like it's never just like, oh, he lost his hit points, he's dead. There aren't like, once you have some wounds, but then you just take these critical hits, and some of them are they get progressively more lethal and almost immediately lethal in a setting that doesn't really have like healing as we you have in say like Palladium Fantasy or something. But I mean, the thing about those tables is some of them were for blunt trauma, some of them were for like spells or fire or claws or swords or whatever, projectiles. I mean, if you really wanted to get into it, that's how everyone would die, with these really messy critical hits where you see someone gurgling on their blood or burning and screaming for 30 seconds,
But do you think that goes outside the scope of, and we are, to be fair, we're talking about Palladium here, outside the scope of kind of like what games or what Palladium itself wants to.
Palladium, and that's exactly where I was going. Is Palladium is more of a heroic take on all of these type of action adventure. I think on the extreme end of just high adventure, you have like say Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Heroes Unlimited, and then you progressively get a little more darker and grittier. Yeah. But even Beyond the Supernatural isn't really, really dark, I think. But I think you get to BTS and say Dead Rain, and it starts to be like, how'd you die?
It's not like
he died really bad, Yeah. So, but in my opinion, yeah, we and most of us right here are veterans, right? And we're just like overlooking like the real brutality of what a lot of this would actually be.
Oh yeah. I mean, I had to sit back. When you're designing a game, you have to decide what you're doing. Is it a simulation or is it a superhero game? And one of the things that I didn't even think about it until one day, Eric, I was just talking about something. I forget what game it was, but it wasn't a superhero game. It wasn't Rifts. And Eric's like, well, yeah, Kev, you create superheroes. All your games have superheroes. And I'm like, no, they're not. Well, I guess they kind of are. Because
a juicer, a crazy,
if we're playing real life, you get the classic, the flesh wound, don't worry, Sean. It's a through and through. You see that in movies all the fucking time.
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell does that mean? It means you're
That
bleeding
means
from
I've
front
got
and back.
2 holes in my body now.
Right.
Isn't that
Right.
worse?
The exit hole's usually a lot bigger too.
Yeah, it's 2 holes now. That's worse than 1.
They rarely show you the exit.
Yeah,
one.
but at least it didn't tumble.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
But I mean, if you're trying to create a simulation, I mean, for God's sake, I try to walk 30 minutes every morning, and I get a freaking tiny little pebble in my shoe, and I have to stop. I have to stop and take it off and get the pebble out because I'm like, ow, 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 and now I'm walking with a limp and I'm walking slower.
And he didn't even take 1 hit point of damage.
Exactly. So you get a through and through, or you get singed by the Human Torch's mini fireball. And what do we say in the game context? Oh, what is it? Oh, it's only 12 hit points.
Oh yeah. I mean, sure, it's only 12 damage, but it's also, hey, it's only a mini skin graft.
Right. Well, I mean, that's so like, for comparison's sakes, because I don't know if anyone enjoys reading this kind of stuff, but go read or the YouTube. There's some great videos of some of these guys that have gotten like the Medal of Honor, right? And that's where you really hit like stuff that you would actually do. It's comparable.
A lot of them you don't want to see a picture of them.
Insane, right? That we would do in a role playing game. But in comparison, one of my buddies. He was mechanized infantry, and he got shot in the arm with a Dragunov sniper rifle, and he was a casualty. They had to get him back to a hospital as fast as they could, right? That's real life. That's not fun. Also, if you go check out these Medal of Honor stories, most of the times they die or someone thinks they're dead, right? Even after they've been like helicoptered out of some combat zone in Vietnam. So, I mean, it's not pretty. It's not nice. Sure, if you're really lucky, maybe your body can take a whole bunch of bullets and stab wounds and shrapnel. But
you're in the hospital for 6 weeks.
Right? They think you're never going to walk again.
Yeah.
Like
that through and through the shoulder. It's not just I'll walk it off.
Yeah.
I'll be all right. No, your arm is probably numb now. You probably every time you move it hurts like crazy.
Yeah.
So,
the arm is still there. Yeah, great.
Yeah, you just lost your use of your arm.
Yeah, my buddy got really lucky, right? And and he was still, so just it's just when you really think about it, some of this stuff is some of the ways that you could die are just really, really, really most of the ways. From violent ways to die are brutal and not fun.
But what people want to play is Mission Impossible, Die Hard. Let's not even get into John Wick. Talk about insane. I mean, you don't get hit by a car and walk it off. You don't. Yeah. Or fall 8 stories and go, ouch, I'm going to be in bed for a day.
It's only 8d6 damage.
Exactly. Yeah.
But that's what people want to play.
Yeah. If you do too much realism, you're only going to attract a small segment of the gaming population that wants to do the hyper realism. Everyone else is going like, that's not fun at all.
Well, so hyper realism,
for the cinematic,
that's not the theme of most of our games. Right. Not hyper realism, right? I mean, you want to play something like The Walking Dead, or you want to play something like these different media, and it's not like that.
Or you set it up like Eric did in Recon, where your characters you generate them in 5 minutes because you're re-rolling new characters constantly because your character took a hit or took a booby trap or got hit with a grenade or a mortar, and he's like real life, he's in pieces.
Yeah, he's hamburger
and dead. So you get to roll up a new character and bring him in, as the replacement for the guy who's dead. And it works fine. But you got totally off track with the necromancer because you make him sound like Mary Poppins, who plays with the dead and gives you the sniffles. No, the necromancer
in my day, and I will stand by the good necromancer is real.
I agree.
Very
I completely agree. There can be good necromancers, but most people find them disgusting because they're playing with these guys. Or sending them after you, and that's scary and a natural.
It's just a tool. What's the difference between that and a hammer or a sword?
it's psychological
Yeah.
attack as well as
Yes.
a hammer is just a hammer. A zombie is existential fear.
Awesome.
Yes, exactly.
Good. I win.
Yeah.
It's just a tool. Well, I didn't take over somebody's body, somebody's living body, and eject it. So I just took his dead bones.
Yeah,
he's gone. He's already
dead.
with the spirits
He's not
anyway.
getting it.
And I used. There's nothing wrong with it. And you know what? I'm helping property values because now you don't have to live next to a cemetery.
Yeah,
There
I
you
took
go.
that all away.
Now, again, the point that I was making, actually, going back to what the question was about dealing with as metaphors for real world concepts. And I don't necessarily believe that you have to have simulationism, but sometimes I think people need to take a step back. If you've got wizards throwing fireballs everywhere, why do the wizards live outside the city, Daddy? Well, because if one of them trips over something and sneezes at the wrong time, we get a rolling ball of fire down the street. That's why, things like that, learning to control that. And then again, I just use that imagination of you just hit somebody with a fireball, whoosh, and, things are blistering and rotting. Yeah, only took 12 points of damage. Yeah, but
Oh, yeah, and the pain would be horrific.
Yes.
In that moment and for weeks to follow.
Yes.
No, absolutely. And by the way, that gets back into consequences.
Mm-hmm.
One of my defilers, one of the slogans that kind of followed the defilers, which they didn't appreciate, was "Where the defilers go, cities burn," because they would
play a character that lived that.
they would recklessly use fire elementals and fire magic.
Jesus.
Like this one guy, he was like sort of the de facto head of the group, and he's principled good. But he would open up rivers of lava, and
In the middle of a town.
in the middle of a town, yeah, and send out a 10-foot or 20-foot, whatever the hell it is, wheel of fire rolling down and into a building. They once conjured up, well, more than once conjured up. You'd think they would learn the first time, a fire elemental, and said, "Get that guy!" And so
The guy goes running into the city
Yeah.
in the
Well, it runs into a
Fire
building.
elemental is just shooting flame balls, touching everything, lighting
The
fires.
the elemental runs right into the building. It's wood. We're talking fantasy land, right?
Yeah,
It's
it burns it down.
simple wooden, wilderness town. The whole building goes up. The next building goes up. Wherever this thing goes, it sets shit on fire. People are running and screaming. Now the defilers always had the advantage of the reputation is that they're heroes, so they always assumed the bad guys had done that destruction, not the defilers. But
really, they were the ones responsible for half.
yeah, and it was just crazy. And they would, as they got more and more powerful, they'd come back and rebuild the town and stuff. But
Then the fire elemental will be bigger.
Well, no, we could rebuild the town and make it non-flammable. There you go.
yeah, everything's stone.
Make
Yeah,
everything Adobe.
Yeah,
Use your earth elemental. How about that?
there you go. Earth elemental contractors make a lot of money.
All right. I'm going to skip actually a couple of these so we can move on here, but we're going to say that thematically it will be somewhat similar here. How did Magic and Psionics fundamentally shape the societies and cultures within the various Palladium Megaverse games? And a great example is you have Tolkien and Federation Magic and Rifts. I don't know who you have in Palladium Fantasy. Sorry, I don't have the world books, but
Well, Atlanteans and tattoo magic.
oh god,
Yep.
yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
I mean, each one of those changes how that society and that culture
Lemurians
exists.
and biomancy.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how they use the magic, what type of magic. And it very, and whether their intentions are benevolent or hostile. So even within the Federation of Magic, you've got factions that are good and try to use their magic well, and for the benefit of others, while the majority tend to be either selfish, out for themselves, or flat out evil, just trying, or power hungry, just trying to do what they can. Where Laszlo is a much more benevolent society, and you'll see that when we do the Laszlo book. I've had a couple guys take a run at the book, but I have some different views on things, and I'll probably tweak a bunch of it. And it's interesting. You made that analogy about the mage throwing fireballs and stuff. And hey, Junior, that's why we don't like mages around. That's one of the things in Laszlo. I kind of see like billboards, like in the movie They Live, where there's this constant reminder: use magic responsibly. And I think some people may be disappointed with Laszlo because I think they just walk into town and go, "Hi, I'm Bob, the hero leyline walker or mystic or whatever, and I want you to teach me earthquake spell." And the guy says, "Oh, sure, just donate so much to the orphanage and we'll be glad to." No, they're like, "We don't know who the hell you are. Yeah. We don't know what your intentions are."
Spell can do to that orphanage over there? No.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know you.
Exactly.
Well, and there's other groups too. I mean, well, obviously, Psyscape is like a place that psychics are drawn to, and you have to go through some kind of like dreamland to get there. But another one that's interesting. If you go check out the Coalition Manhunters book, is the Coalition is in a lot of ways defined by their reliance on psychics, even though they don't want to be. So they heavily regulate them and track ID tag them and all that stuff. What is it? The barcodes and So that's and so we're and that one of the things. Should we talk about the new cover?
We can, sure.
Yeah, we're actually commissioned a new cover and we're going to be putting out a new title on the book because so many people are confused that think it's the Manhunters
by Myrmidon Press
from 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah, it was like 1995 or something. Yeah, and it's like no, but it was funny. We were talking about it on Glitter Boys. And even during that conversation, in fact, it was my final resolve was after that podcast was like, oh yeah, we got to change the cover, change the name, because there were moments where they're talking about manhunters, and I'm thinking, which manhunters?
Yeah. Well, when we were at Gen Con,
it's going to be a collector's edition at some point.
There it is.
Right. Well, and the when we were at Gen Con, there was a couple of guys, and one of them was a master sergeant in the Air Force. And I was talking to him and his buddy afterwards because Kevin was like, by the way, and we had these books and we held it up and he's like, by the way, it's not the same thing as the one from Myrmidon Press. And like, I saw it when we were doing the panel at Gen Con, but then afterwards I talked to them and they told me what happened is the one guy leans over his buddy right after Kevin said that. He's like, we have to go back by the Palladium booth. He'd already bought a bunch of all the new books, but he didn't realize
didn't get this because he thought it was the same thing.
Yeah,
and
so,
yeah. And the other problem is I thought it was kind of an interesting and dynamic cover, but it doesn't reflect what's inside the book.
Yeah, it makes you think that the Manhunter is something that's going after the Coalition.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Not that the Manhunter in this book is full of psionic and psychic.
But yeah, and that's what's really cool about it is you already read about it in a lot of the books since the very beginning, right? From the original Rifts core rule book. But it really goes into the Coalition's thought police, their use of psychics and how they
and how much they really rely on them.
Because that's their weak spot normally.
Yeah, they don't publicize it, but
you think that's their weak spot against magic and the supernatural, but actually that means they actually lean on it a lot. Yeah. And that actually is the backbone of a lot of what they're doing and why they've been successful.
It's also it cannot be regulated. You cannot ban psionics in human society because ever since the Rifts, like 10-15% of all people born are a psychic of some sort.
Yeah.
Right. So you can't stop it, but magic must be learned.
Well, and that's one of the things that's interesting about
that.
Right,
yes.
right. But that's one of the interesting things about Free Quebec, right? If you develop psychic abilities, because they don't use dog boys, right? And if you develop psychic abilities, they give you a one-way ticket out of the country. So I mean, there are that's one of those really kind of crazy ones, right? There's a lot of different, but that's the great thing about Rifts is there's so many cool approaches to how these different factions and groups and societies deal with that. One of the things I think is interesting too is we're talking about these ancient alien intelligences and dark gods and demons and demon lords and stuff like that. But also one of the things I enjoy, and this is more of like the miracles and priests side of things, is in Palladium the way that they do the various pantheons is really great because just like they were in mythology, they're all kind of shallow, right? They're all kind of, it's like high school popularity contest, whether it's Zeus or or Odin and his pantheon, or
well, like Kevin said earlier, they're kind of personification of human foibles.
Right, well, demons are just foibles.
Yeah, they're the negative side of it, but even the gods have their petty.
But they're not just. See, the difference is they all have their own humanity, though. They have their good and their bad. Right. Whereas opposed to like demons are usually a personification of like very bad, right? Yeah. But no, I mean, and that's what I think that's one of the things I was going to mention earlier, but I think it's better to mention it here, though. That's one of the things I have enjoyed is that, again, it keeps that unique flavor. So if you do bring that into your game from, say, Pantheons of the Megaverse or, some of the stuff in Palladium Fantasy, I think that's one of the great things that makes it feel so deep is it's not just copy, paste, repeat. It's not just about the stat lines or the powers that they have. It's about their motivations. And that's really clearly communicated in the books. And so that's one of the things I've always liked about Palladium as well.
For $19.99, Law Dog says, don't forget to add the XP tables to the new CS Manhunters.
We'll see if we can fit that in, when we do the next print run. Because it'll be the same book. We're just going to, obviously a new title, a clearer title and cover art. But
and thank you for the $19.99 Law Dog. Really appreciate that. But the conversation that we're having right now is exactly the kind of the rabbit hole I'd like to go down just for a little bit. But looking at how the different cultures within Palladium Fantasy, the different cultures within Rifts, because of their outlook of magic or psychic or superpower or DBs or whatever happens to be, how they react a little differently to that based on what's happened around them. They're for the most part, they're natural human behaviors.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Everything's a matter of perception and degree. And depending on your experience, it biases you. And in many cases, it can bias an entire society, as you can see with the Coalition and Free Quebec and lots of other locations.
Well, and then when you get to the extreme examples, just talking about supernatural in general, but it's very specific to the psychic abilities and magic powers of, say, the vampire intelligences and the vampires and their allies. When you go and you read, I remember it just blew me away, Rift Vampire Kingdoms, and you're like, these are bizarre alternate societies. Each one of the vampire kingdoms is a little different. And that's also interesting too, because then you see variations on these really weird themes. But then when you get to Atlantis, it's like, okay, well, what would things be like? All the moral values are topsy-turvy when demons are the common citizenry. Right. And humans are just being imported as chattel intentionally for their use. I mean, it's that's one, again, it can go really deep, and that's one of the great things about Rifts and the rest of the Palladium games is that they go deep on a lot of how does this stuff play out. That's one of the things that I think Kevin is why he's one of the best world builders out there for anything, in my opinion, any role-playing game. But I'm biased, but so are most of the people watching, right? I mean, I thought this.
I hope they are.
I worked at Palladium. I came to Palladium to be his business partner. So, but that's one of the great things about the games is diving into that lore in the books and unraveling that because it is fascinating. It is fascinating.
So read another super chat here, Law Dog, also for another $19.99. Thanks again. Also, thanks guys for calling me when I messed up.
So it was you. I was right. Yeah. No problem. Happy to do it.
Before I'll move to Heathen Dog after this question here. There's two answers I'm not going to allow you to give because they're too easy, and that's the Elf Dwarf War and Chaos Earth. All right, now with that out of the way, what are some examples of how magic and psionics altered historical events within the Megaverse?
Chaos Earth and
nobody
just do it. Do it.
Just do it.
I mean, honestly, those are the two easiest ones for any Palladium fans. But even talking about them, though, I mean, how long did the elves and dwarves fight a war for, and then almost annihilated it? And then magic pops into a world that didn't have magic and almost annihilated it.
Yeah, I mean, just the very existence of Rift's Earth is an example of how magic has completely changed everything. I mean, it was the real catalyst for the Great Cataclysm and everything that happened. And so it ultimately, in this particular case, it was more of a natural disaster, kind of sparked by a nuclear exchange in a different part of the world.
Spoilers.
What's that?
Spoilers. But the funny thing is that's one of the great things about the storytelling here is you have. So if something dies, its P.P.E. is released and it's doubled at the moment of death, right? Then doubled from you'd normally be able to access. Well, when that nuclear exchange happened to coincide with a planetary alignment, it acted as a giant summoning ritual, bringing magic crashing back to Earth and Atlantis crashing back to planet Earth, the continent that, and in the Palladium lore or the Rifts lore, disappeared 4,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. So that's one of those things that's really neat too, is that it's not just like that was something that was thrown in there, the ley lines or the doubling the energy. It's also baked into how these things occurred and why other things occurred afterwards. So that's really fun. Let's see. Well, magic really changed the Tolkien War.
Absolutely.
And caused Free Quebec and the coalition to after the Free Quebec double cross. That there was that too with the summoning and the attack that caused them to bury the hatchet. I don't know.
Magic completely transformed England. It kind of brought it it's more mystical setting. You had somebody's post up there a minute ago about Plato and the
prophecies.
Yeah, the 7 prophecies.
7 dangers or whatever. Calamities.
7 dangers, exactly. There it is. So, I mean, that's a great example of psionics coming into play.
Absolutely.
All the different pockets of places we talked about have all been influenced by magic or psionics or the supernatural. You got the city of Calgary, which is the kingdom of monsters. You have the tribal society of Psi Stalkers, which are all kind of psychic manhunters themselves, of sort. Actually, probably more like psychic monster hunters. Yeah. Japan and its dichotomy of magic and technology and the supernatural. Sure. I mean, they're all there.
Well, here says when magic left the Earth, Atlantis disappeared, and that caused a mass migration of Atlanteans throughout the multiverse. That changed everything everywhere because Atlanteans were at that point pretty concentrated.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Atlantis, but they lost their home. They went everywhere else.
So not just Atlanteans, dragons, gods. The gods of mythology, I think we've got it pretty clearly defined now in Rifts that they are real and they were real, but when magic left Earth, they also
left, because they could no longer hold sway.
Yeah, the Lemurians had to leave. They're kind of pissed about that. Some of them still want to kill all the dragons and the Atlanteans. And then there's also like the blood druids. I mean, that's the reason that, why don't we have a France or a Spain source book? Well, you just got a bunch of blood druids there. We don't go there. And when you look at Egypt, right? Pharaoh Ramesset, that's and then he has all these, he's a necromancer, and shifter, but he has all these other necromancers. I mean, he's built this whole empire, Egyptian empire, the Phoenix Empire on necromancy. But it's on the surface, it sounds like it might be like the Slugorth Atlantis, but it's completely different, right? When you really dig into it. So because it's not just run by demons, that sure, they're welcome and a part of the society, but it's not, that's not the foundation of it, right? Let's see. South America has a few different examples.
Yeah, sure. So the for the viewer out there, the importance or the rationale behind the question was that, first of all, Rifts or Palladium fantasy or whatever, when magic happens, it affects an area. Now, there's some aspects of it that's historical. Again, the Elf Dwarf War for Palladium fantasy, Chaos Earth for Rifts. I mean, absolutely transform the world. But magic in your game, if out of hand, can transform your setting
area.
as well.
Yeah. Yeah, a region can absolutely change. Like for Skyscape, for example, the creation of that half in the astral plane city, whatever, has altered the entire area of where it physically connects to the world. The whole fog thing, the whole mystic fog thing, and it altered the world in ways that aren't apparent until you actually think about it. Yeah, and the world has changed. Stuff like that. Whenever magic or psionic power concentrates, its influence expands. So if you want to do that in your world, if you want to create a psionic society or a magic society of your very own using the Rift's world or Palladium fantasy world, you have to understand that the more magic and more science you get into one area, the larger its reach. It's going to start affecting neighboring areas as well, just by existing.
Right.
It's going to change how the whole place plays.
Which is why the coalition is out to destroy it if they can, and it has forbidden it within their society because they see it as a dangerous and corrupting power.
And we just want the Earth back. Jeez.
Well, and I'll mention a couple more that are really interesting. That if there's viewers that they've forgotten they have it, or they've never heard of it. Wormwood is a really great deep dive on, because there's a lot of magic that comes from the planet of Wormwood itself, and how
is that the one where you can't bring it back though?
What's that?
Is that the one where you can't bring it back?
Yeah. I mean, but
it's difficult to come
it's
back.
difficult to, but the point is that there's evil and good factions, the cathedral of humans, and then there's the demons, and they all warp and change the planet using its own powers, and in many ways against the demons, especially against the planet's wishes. And so that's a really interesting one where the setting is very defined by that conflict. We mentioned I don't think we mentioned the elves of Maga Island. No, and in South America, that's another one that's interesting, and the way that they store memories in trees and all this crazy stuff. And then another one that I was going to bring up was oh dang, I lost it. Anyways, we can go on.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. There's so many different factions and groups that it is really. Oh, that's what I was going to say. It was Beyond the Supernatural. So one of the cool things, and Dead Rain also has its own take that makes it interesting in the way that Dead Rain zombies interact with the P.P.E. concept. But also, I think Beyond the Supernatural is really interesting because that's instead of a high magic setting like Rifts or a normal magic setting like Palladium Fantasy, Beyond Supernatural is this low magic setting. So when things do materialize, if you defeat them, they usually just disappear, and unless they're around, the mages and the psychics aren't as powerful. They can't manifest hardly anything meaningful. So it actually is this is one of the things, the twist that Kevin put in the second edition to explain how is it that you can have psychics and magic and monsters, but no one knows that it's real in our modern world. Well, it's because when you're not around a monster or a demon or something like that, you can't manifest your powers fully. They act as kind of like a multiplier or like a wandering ley line.
Right. Yeah, without the supernatural threat in your vicinity, any psychic or magic powers you have can easily be explained as mirrors or ropes or tricks or twine
or just luck,
whatever. Like, oh, I don't believe it's a stage magician. Oh, you're get out of here with that.
And the monsters just kind of like
they just disintegrate after they're dead.
Kind of like if you watch Supernatural, right? They kill a demon or something. Just go,
it just blows apart or turns to smoke or whatever,
right.
and you're done. There's no proof.
Right, exactly.
No one's going to believe you unless they saw it.
Right, and that helps define the world and keep the setting intact and interesting.
All right, well, Heathen Dog, do you have any lore and or ethics style questions you want to ask?
Running gods. You said that gods act like teenagers in normal world lore, like the Olympians were constantly infighting, having sex with each other, stealing other people's guys and girls, stuff like that. I've always run gods with the idea that if you never have to grow up if you're going to live forever. That's what separates gods from mortals. Mortals have to grow up. They have to become adults the moment they know they're going to die. Gods who are functionally everlasting, they never actually have to grow up. That's why they act like kids. So
right, and there's no permanent repercussions for most of the stuff.
Exactly. I mean, everything will pass. I mean, yeah, sure, Hera's angry at me now, but in a couple thousand years, she'll forget about it.
I don't know if you're holding up the world forever. That would kind of suck.
It would kind of suck, but again, the world will end at some point, and then Atlas will be able to walk around and like, oh god, that crypt, dude, finally. You know, someday when you live forever, you never have to really care about anything. So you never grow up. So that's how you play a god in a role-playing game if you want to play it, you know, quote unquote accurately. They're going to be like spoiled children because that's what they are.
Well, they did that fairly well in Marvel Universe. I mean, Thor, that's the whole
yeah, he was a bratty little
self-centered.
Yeah. And Eric and the movie Eric the Red, all of the Viking gods, they were all children, like literal children, because they never grew up, they never got old, they were never going to die, and they acted like children. They all, you know, through tantrums and stuff, all that crap. And it makes sense. If you're never going to die, you never have to grow up. So just play gods like that, and it'll screw with the players' heads a little bit at first, but then they'll understand.
Yeah, they're all shallow.
Well, and most of them represent some kind of morality or value or essence of something. You know, some represent, you know, speed or chastity or honor or war or death, or
and there are some that are wise, but
Yep.
usually they're not the really powerful ones.
Yeah. Fair.
Anything else, Heathen Dog?
No, that's about it.
Okay. Well, if we don't get into techno-wizards and ley lines, I know my entire Discord's going to disown me. So let's read some chat here. And where do we got here? Up here, boop. For $10, can a CS 1-star general be related to a certain Heathen Dog?
That'd be great. Oh man, that would be great. If the, you know, somehow the rifts came to pass in real life and the CS came to pass and there was a 1-star general that was, you know, my great grandson, I would be so proud. So proud.
I'd make you a dog boy commander.
Damn it. Less proud.
I mean, number one, it goes with the name. I'm just saying.
Fair.
And two,
That's true.
Fair.
so
like
thoughts. And then I don't know what this is directly related to, but thank you, CPK 4791. These are weapons from Antarctica. And I don't know what that was 100% about.
Are there any specific weapons that are coming up in Antarctica?
oh, absolutely, yep. There'll be weapons and magic in Antarctica.
Ancient alien
Snow magic.
Snow magic.
No, ice magic.
There you go. No, it's Santa magic.
I'm going to summon a frosty golem. All right.
No. We have to do this before we go on because now the song is stuck in my head. I don't want to grow up. I'm an Asgardian kid. My mom and dad were cousins, and look what they did. There it is.
I worked at Toys R Us. That song.
Actually, that starts.
It was a good jingle, man. It gets in here.
It does.
The inbreeding starts to explain a lot, actually.
Yeah. The inbreeding thing, it happened a lot, and it explains a lot of what they were doing.
Sneaking one in here, Per says, Kevin, Sean, come Monday, please visit your local USPS. A package awaits there. You are not the only ones who can send Christmas surprise packages. Sean, Kevin, just to let you know, I had to do this on a stream one time. Somebody sent me a random package. I got in full Mop 4 and opened the package in my, for folks out there who don't know what that, I was in full head-to-toe chemical gear, just in case it was white powder or something. It wasn't. It was just some dice. But you never know.
I don't have mop gear.
Ooh.
I know how to use it, but I don't have it here.
Ooh.
Biased, I guess. But no, I mean, if you guys want to send us stuff, you got our address is on Google, and USPS comes here
Yeah.
for every
And
Monday through Friday.
all of it's going to be opened by an intern first. Don't worry.
That
We'll
poor
just give
intern.
it Al.
Poor poor Caleb. He's the new guy.
Caleb or
There
Al.
you go. Caleb's the new guy. So if you don't like Caleb, there you go. You know,
Yeah, Al will
The guy or
just
the
go,
old guy?
oh, sure.
Yeah.
here, Caleb, open this in that room that locks from our side. Yeah, go in there. Yeah. Open that.
We'll knock in an hour, see if you still, if you respond. All right. Okay. We're gonna jump into a little different theme now. We're gonna talk about technology and magic, which of course will include the techno-wizards. So, can you discuss the interplay between technological advancement and magical development across all the settings, but of course culminating in Rifts? I mean, we touched on it a little bit, how magic would be different in Palladium Fantasy versus Rifts, but there's a semblance of power, or maybe even, I don't want to call it creep. That's not the right way to say it. A broadening of abilities when you go from one to the next.
Oh yeah, definitely. So, if you think about it, certainly magic items and rune weapons, that's pretty much a blending of magic and
That's
technology.
true. Yeah.
You know, you mentioned crystal balls earlier.
Sure.
I mean, that's kind of a blend of magic and technology.
Sure.
We don't really go into how you can do a lot of those things via alchemy, but it's there. And just, even in the word alchemy suggests technology to it.
Chemistry and science. Yeah.
And a lot of times people don't realize that just because the science has changed doesn't mean it wasn't science.
Right.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's when you really, well, I don't know if you want me to skip ahead to the techno-wizardry part, but
Yeah, go ahead. And I'll be right back. Go ahead. This is a good time for you to.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is, Ken and I have talked about this a lot. If you have like different gems or substances that can generate supernatural effects, then technology gives you more ways to combine them or channel that energy, right? So it's interesting because there isn't really any like steampunk type stuff in Palladium, and I think that's extremely intentional. I know it's extremely intentional. Kevin, I've had this conversation, but that's one of the interesting things is that a lot in that progression. Yes, when magic first was on Rift's Earth, and you talk about the Atlanteans and the Lemurians. The Lemurians used it more to change themselves and to change the animals and creatures and different things around them, to make the living things into weapons and armor and tools, or create these symbiotic relationships. And then they eventually
That's more evil than necromancy. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely transhumanism on the hybrid route, right?
Yeah.
And strays away from our perfect form. But the thing that it's interesting though, the Atlanteans, they had more of the magic of harnessing the ley line energy with their stone pyramids and using that. A lot of times for like dimensional and temporal manipulation. So that it is interesting that those are very different, right? And that's, if you go in and do a deep dive into their stuff, it's still quite a bit different than say forging rune weapons or things like that, which is a lot of those are actually there's a lot of hints that they might be, well, you want to create a rune weapon, you need like a shard,
a living soul from somebody,
the essence of a living soul of something really powerful, like a demon lord, or maybe a being of light, or whatever, some alien, some ancient intelligence.
Can you do the same thing in Rifts?
Well, there's not rules for creating those, but I mean, there are rules for generating them, right? So because in Atlantis, we call them the Splugorth, but really one Splugorth Splinkrith runs Atlantis and multiple other worlds, right?
Yeah.
So we say this Lugorth, but it's really like he's the top of the totem pole, and then he's got like the High Lords, which is a race underneath him, and they're the ones that do most of that. They also have the bio-wizardry, which is very different from biomancy. So biomancy is more about adapting and creating these symbiotic relationships with other life forms, whereas the bio-wizardry is more like, let's lobotomize a forest sprite and put it in a gun, and now it shoots, ice cold stream.
Yeah, it's the poor man's rune weapon.
Well, I mean, it's a lot of it is, or let's graft things together. Like we'll cut up this sprite and put
take a living thing,
right,
and shove it into a gun, and it makes a gun. It's the poor man's version of take the immortal soul of a demon or angel and put it into my knife, and now I have a super knife.
Right.
So this begs a question.
Vivisection, chirurgeon type of mastery of magic, right? Yeah.
Right. I don't. You guys know I don't know as much about rifts as pretty much anybody in the chat here. Those crystals, are those just the trapped souls of all the people that died when the rifts came?
Crystals? What are you talking about?
For techno-wizards. The
gems.
No.
With techno-wizardry, it's usually different.
Dang it, I was hoping to see a line
like
here.
Or gems. And the interesting thing to note about techno-wizardry is usually the function, like the effect of the techno-wizardry item follows the function of the machine that it's built into, right?
Right.
So, a
gun
globe,
shoots.
right, or a globe of daylight flare, but instead it casts a globe of daylight.
Right.
If you wanted wind rush, maybe you'd have one of those leaf blowers, right, or a fan or something, right? But it's not this open-ended steampunk type thing. It's very defined by the mechanism that is being used to create the effect.
And where crystals come in, Max, is that throughout history, crystals have been
crystals and gems, right?
Associated with supernatural power.
Right. Or magical, and they're like energy conduits. So you include these gems or crystals because they connote a certain amount of power or
I have
flow energy.
I have always thought of techno wizardry very much like lightsabers in Star Wars. They have a focusing crystal. It's a special crystal, and it focuses the energy of the lightsaber to create the effect. The gems you use are like focusing crystals for the magical effect.
Right. Basically,
flows through them, and then the effect happens.
Right. Yeah. Basically, you pump P.P.E into them, and then you get usually some sort of elemental effect, or some sort of magical supernatural effect out the other side.
Right. And in my mind, when you are making a techno wizard item, you have to imbue it with the spell, say energy bolt or levitation or whatever. I think of it as you are enchanting the gem. You're enchanting the gem. You're imprinting the magical formula on the gem. So when P.P.E or I.S.P is pushed through it, it creates the same effect every time.
Right. Exactly. And the device is just the delivery
medium for that.
Yep. You still, and that's the thing, is all the techno-wizardry stuff, virtually all of it needs to be wielded by someone who can manipulate the flow of P.P.E, whether they're psychic or a magic user or whatever. They have to be able to do that to even activate the items, and usually someone's pumping the energy into it in the first place, and then they can manipulate it to release it.
Well, there are P.P.E batteries now, so
I don't know. I think Palladium is just trying to take the high road here. I think ultimately there's souls in every one of those gems that died when the rifts came, and that's why this stuff works.
Well, maybe so. I mean, we're not saying you're wrong necessarily, but I mean, it did bring high magic to the setting one way or another. But yeah, those gems, whether they're being enchanted or there's runes and other stuff that's going on, that's how the techno wizard is basically configuring what the output of that gem's going to be when you pump P.P.E through it.
Yep.
So outside the techno wizard, how does technology in general, and again, this is in the philosophical concept of Palladium books, how does technology enhance or hinder the use of magic and psionics?
Well, one, if you're wearing a power armor suit, especially with the helmet closed, you're going to have a hard time casting spells. Because most of the time you're not going to be able to manipulate your hands the same way, because you probably actually have your hands in some tiny control panel like grip thing, right? So you can't freely move to cast. You can't speak out loud. You're just muffling in your helmet. So there's a, you know, and the armor itself might even block you off from that flow of energy, right? So that's one of the big problems. That's one of the big effects.
Yeah. A lot of bionics can also diminish your ability to, because you're becoming less and less human. I mean,
so look, if I have 5 points of PPE and you chop off my arm, I only got 4 left.
And if you put a bionic arm on, it doesn't come back.
Exactly.
You know, I'm going to say
I had that problem.
I find that speciesist.
No, it's not speed. I had that problem in a game. I was playing a Leyland Walker, and I was out of armor, and I got shot with a Wilkes bullcrap, whatever, did 1 mega damage. And instead of just killing me like it should have, the game master went, "Oh, I'm gonna mess with him." I blew his jaw off.
Oh,
Burned my jaw off. Now, I can't cast because I can't talk. That's what I'm doing now. And even when I got a bionic jaw, he took away half my PPE.
That was Bob's game, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because he was the same guy that gave me the alarm clock as the Borg. So
yeah, so he's just messing with me, and you know, the dick. But yeah,
Bob, if you're watching, we remember.
But
not good times.
But techno-wizard items do not block magic and psionics the same way as non-techno-wizard items do. So if you have a techno-wizard suit of power armor, it shouldn't block magic as much as a straight up technological suit of power armor would.
I mean, I don't know. It's channeling all that energy differently anyway.
But it's channeling magical energy now instead of regular energy.
It's like putting your phone inside of a Faraday cage.
Ooh.
I mean, that would be my argument straight up out the box.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
There are a few instances, you know, of techno, and it's not common in Rifts, but there are techno-wizardry power armors and stuff. But I think between the gesturing, being able to speak outside of a helmet, and then you're covered in conduits that are channeling energy constantly. To me, it would be like putting your phone inside a Faraday cage.
And I'm actually even though I joke about being the Borg, why can't I cast spells as a Borg? That doesn't make any sense. It's still in my mind, but I actually am the type of person that fully agrees that I like the idea that magic is more of the life essence, P.P.E, whatever term the game wants to use, you know, and use as a metaphor, but is more of a human or life construct than it is of a machine scientific built construct. Right. And yeah, the more you lean one way, the less you're going to be able to lean the other way. I'm actually 100% for that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I actually said that earlier in the program that PPE is not your life force; it comes from your life force. So if you're a Borg and you're about 5 pounds of flesh, basically left over, you don't have a whole lot of spark, you know, that's generating. That's why you only get 1 to 4 PPE.
And one thing I'll say, I mean, we got 90 source books or something, and one of the things that I think is really cool though is that we say, oh well, if you're a Borg, you can't blah blah blah, but there's the Mamano headhunter, right? And there's exceptions to a lot of these rules that are really interesting and fun. So it's not always that black and white. There are exceptions, and that's what makes them really interesting, right? Because they play in those gray areas with a lot of interesting themes, and just, it's a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, if you can dream it, it's in a book somewhere. You just got to figure out what book it's in. That's for sure.
Or the Annie monster,
from
South America. So
we haven't covered anything from South America. I think we have to do that at some point.
In the Legion of Myth live stream, I think I did the South America source book.
I don't have it. If I type it in, I don't have it, but maybe.
There's 2 books, and then there's the Land of a Thousand Islands from Savage Rifts. Actually, updates a ton of timeline stuff. Up to 109 PA, so you guys might find that one really interesting too.
Cool.
Just for lore and what's going on. It's pretty. We worked really hard on that. So
now again, we know the coalition side of things. That's the easy answer. But how does the interplay between technology and science, or sorry, not technology and magic, and by magic again, I'm including
Maybe more like
superpowers, DBs,
supernatural.
yeah, the supernatural abilities. How does the interplay, or how does this influence conflicts and alliances within the game worlds? Like as somebody who's not fully versed in Palladium fantasy, are there lands within Palladium fantasy like, hey, you got a little bit too of magic where you're coming from? We're going to keep an eye on you, or vice versa.
Well, magic is pretty prevalent, but not among the canine races, and that's why Wolfen have a thing about elves. They see the elves as the masters of magic.
Tasty.
And they're trying to recruit them to teach them the ways of magic, but elves are hesitant to do that, especially in the aftermath of the Elf-Dwarf War, where elves and dwarves pretty much destroyed themselves. That's a good example too, where dwarves used to be the masters of rune magic. And after the Elf-Dwarf War and all the atrocities that both sides committed, they decided, oh God, we're never going to practice rune magic again. So all the dwarven rune weapons that are out there, and they were mainly, they and Old Ones and a few others were the people who created rune. That was their specialty, was rune magic. So now any rune weapon you get is likely to be some ancient weapon. And rune weapons have their own dark side to it. And then magic completely devastated and changed what used to be a paradise and is now known as the Belgor Wastelands. It's had its influences on different areas and different people for sure.
Are there people that are, and I mean as a block, not just the onesies and twosies, are there people that are just very distrusting of magic there, maybe because of that war, even if it's the elves and dwarves themselves, or because it is a fantasy setting? Look, magic is kind of synonymous and needs to be prevalent.
I think for the most part, magic is very prevalent. It's pretty much everywhere. I mean, individual cities and towns and people might not like magic, but no, it's everywhere. I mean, priests can cast magic, and you got necromancy, and you've got elemental magic. You got warlocks who can cast all kinds of elemental stuff and summon elementals. And no, magic, it's not like known by everybody. It's not like you walk into town and there's the magic school. It's not that kind of thing.
But everyone knows it's real.
But everyone knows it's real. Everyone knows it's out there. Magic is generally learned through apprenticeship because, magic is power. So it's not just around everywhere. It's limited to those. It's sort of those who know.
Okay.
And if you're lucky, you find someone who can teach it to you. But yeah, everyone knows magic is real. Everyone, some people like magic, some people fear magic. For the most part, I think the average non-player character sees magic as potentially dangerous, and thank goodness only a small portion of people, really practice it. And again, it depends on the kind of magic. If a necromancer or a witch walks into town, they're like, bad news. If a sorcerer or wizard, walks in, or a mystic, they're going to go, okay, let's be a little careful of this guy. But, he's got a reputation for being a hero or a good guy or, helpful. Yeah.
And what's one of the things to note is that, this is something that I think is very true of Palladium Fantasy and Rifts and most of the other settings. Your player characters are not the average bear.
No.
So it's not like when he just mentioned, this guy has a reputation for this. Well, that means every single person who's playing a player character, but especially magic users, are going to be notable.
Yes.
It's going to be, people will very quickly probably heard of who they are. But that's, the intention of the headhunter in the Rift's core rulebook, the OCC that's not what every run of the mill, gun for hire is going to be like. That's, the combat cyborg is a step up from just what you might run into necessarily otherwise. Same thing for the leyline walker or the shifter, right? Yeah. They're the mind melter. They're of exceptional power, and they will be notable within the setting.
And I think that's a very important distinction to make, because some games you are supposed to be a normal person that might have a trick up his sleeve, or you're really no different than the rest of society, and you're making your way until you build yourself into something better. But in a more cinematic game, like pretty much all the Palladium games across the gamut, you might argue that Beyond the Supernatural at least hides it better. But
it's a different conceit with BTS, right? Or even Dead Ring. Yeah. It's a little bit different conceit. Yeah.
But you are meant to be the hero, not the superhero, at least to start, but you're meant to be the hero of the story.
Right, and you're above the regular run-of-the-mill guy or gal or whatever. I was going to talk about Phase World a little bit.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, just to throw that out there, because I know that I could talk about Rifts all day long, right? But one of the things that is interesting in Phase World is you've got the three major factions besides Phase World itself, which is very interesting and mysterious, is the Consortium of Civilized Worlds, kind of like the Federation from Star Trek, like the good guys. You've got the Transgalactic Empire, which is run by the Creedor, which again, kind of like Klingons. And then there are some other
United World of Warlock.
That's what I was going to bring up. There's some other.
I mean, it has the word warlock in it. Tell me it's magical.
But the three major ones are those, and then the United Worlds Warlock. And those are the big players in Phase World. There's other factions that are different, but United Worlds of Warlock. It's really interesting because the way they explore worlds is a lot of times through rifting. They don't need to travel through space. Now they can, and they do, and they've developed that through essentially a really hyper advanced techno-wizardry. But it means that they approach things from a really different angle. On a lot of themes, and they're going to value completely different worlds than maybe the CCW or Transgalactic Empire would value, because maybe this place has, whereas they might be worried about more traditional,
does it have minerals? Does it have gold? Does it have oil?
Tech. Yeah, they're going to be saying,
does it have crystals?
Right? Does it have ley lines, energy,
right?
So here's a question for you guys. And this is a question out of ignorance. Using that, so if the United World of Warlocks has shifters, and you said they have some ships, usually technology is developed to make our lives easier and to enhance things. Why would they even need ships if they can shift?
Well, if they don't want to be orbitally bombarded by the Transgalactic Empire, that's why they developed
fair enough.
I mean, that's literally it was in response to
it was a response to the technological space travel, rather than what they used was
it's for defense, not for exploration.
They would rift, and that's great. But they saw other people with spaceships and were like, oh my god, I can be shot from orbit and just die, and there's nothing I can do about it. Now I have to make ships. But
it's for defense and force
are going to be
projection.
like
that makes sense.
Giant tin cans, powered by magic. Awesome.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And that's kind of how they approach it. They're like, we're going to make a really giant tin can that we're going to cast a lot of spells on. And
exactly. And Max.
Yeah.
What you said earlier. This question comes from a point of ignorance. All questions come from a point of ignorance.
Not rhetorical questions.
No.
Well, maybe someone else's ignorance.
I just want to interject and say, since we're in Phase World in the Three Galaxies, which is where our cosmonites are, I want to say that upon further reflection, I've actually answered that vampire cosmonite question in the past.
Oh, yeah.
And the answer is no, the energy blasts do not affect vampires.
Good.
Let me find that again, put that on the screen for, where was that? Nope. Well, wasn't that a super chat? That wasn't a super chat, I guess.
No.
Okay. Well, then I can't find it. So, All right. Well, I think that was Walter MC that asked that. If not, well, sorry, I'm blaming you anyway. Hindog,
there
do you
it is.
have any
Nope.
questions?
Poly robotics.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions relating to technology and magic, or the I can't talk. the role of the two?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
No, I was asking Brett if he had any questions regarding science and magic in
Oh,
Rifts
yeah, okay.
or Palladium.
Listening to Kevin and Sean talk about quote unquote, techno wizardry in Palladium fantasy and all that, and moving up into Rifts, it seems that magic and technology seem to merge with seems to merge with the most useful technology at the time. For example, in Palladium fantasy, all the rune weapons, hammers and shields and armor and swords, that's where magic was being merged with, because those were the most useful things of most useful technology of the time. Whereas in Rifts, you have blasters and you have planes and you have armor and all that stuff, because it's the most useful technology of that time. And if you want to have technomancy in other time periods as well, I think the best bet, like if you wanted BTS techno wizardry, then you would look current day. What is the most useful technology? Cell phone. Magic would be merged with stuff like cell phones.
What's your techno app for that?
Yeah, there's a techno app for that. Like cell phones and bikes and cars and stuff like that. That's where magic would be merged with technology, the most useful stuff of the day.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like this is kind of crossing the streams because it's from Ninja Turtles, right? Sure. But I mean, it's Palladium, right? So one of the interesting things is that what is it? Lord Simultaneous, the head of the Time Lords, he has he is basically a techno wizard, because he is combining technology with time magic, and he creates the cosmic quartz watch. Right. And he has like this wand of, I forget what it's called. But he has this wand of that's really powerful for temporal magic and stuff like that. But then he creates this cosmic quartz watch, because to him, that's the next evolution. And his whole goal is to, how far can we push this? So yeah, in a lot of ways. And the other thing is, if you rewind back to, like, say, Stone Age type stuff, a lot of the weapons and items and concoctions are like very simple and herbal, or like in the Rift's England book, they'll carve swords out of wood, but then the druid can turn that wooden sword into something dangerous, right?
Sure.
Or he just takes a branch and now it's a wand or a staff that can do different things. And so, yeah, it really is that. In some ways, it's like the technology just acts as like a force multiplier for how you can implement and mix the magical energies. Right. And so that's kind of a fun way to think of it from a high level. Yeah.
Yeah, and it explains why I think, pound for pound, in Rifts, the techno wizard is actually a stronger magical class than the Leyline Walker.
They're really powerful.
I'll say, well, it depends on the situation. Well, everything depends on the situation. I'm saying, all situations taken into account, I believe that the techno wizard is a stronger magic using class than the Leyline Walker, because of the advantages that the technology gives that the Leyline Walker will never ever have.
Yeah, that's one of those funny things, because it's at the same time, it takes a lot of preparation. Yeah. And it's almost these like subsystems of item creation and stuff that we're like, should players that are adventuring heroes really be doing that necessarily? It's like, is that the right focus?
And a Leyline Walker would counter that with, well, I don't need to rely on technology.
That is, you know what? That is true. But, and you have a little more P.P.E than the techno wizard does. But the techno wizard's spending far less when he's spending through his items. so he can last in a firefight.
Oh, they're potentially very powerful.
Yeah, no,
potentially
they're
very powerful.
badasses. Yeah. I think a lot of people miss that they have tremendous potential.
Yeah, I mean,
sort of like, ironically, it's like the Diabolist, where you have to look at it right and use that character strategically, much like the Diabolist. The techno-wizard has to prepare and build his machines in anticipation.
Let me help you pound the point home. No, I think of it this way. Leyline Walker is Superman, and the techno-wizard is Batman. All right, both can defeat each other.
Sure.
But Batman needs prep time.
Yep.
Right.
And technology.
In my mind, it's the same thing.
It's funny because as
world-class threats.
It's a good analogy. I like it.
Yeah.
As you guys were talking about that, I wrote a note down here just to jog my memory. Is for game masters to allow Diabolists and techno-wizards that time.
Yes.
And there's another side to this, and this is where Heathen Dog and I get some flack from people out there because we've seen a lot of bad game masters. Not saying we're perfect, but we've seen a lot of bad game masters, seen a lot of bad tables where game masters will say, "Oh yeah, here's your techno wizard item. Be a Diabolist," and then defeat it, make the Diabolist useless, or that techno wizard item isn't going to be any good, or it broke at the wrong time, or whatever, without it being random. Like if you're going to put all this time into making the sigils, if you're going to all the time in making the techno wizard item, let them enjoy it.
Oh, it's just like if you're constantly just going to hose the guy that's playing the glitter boy. Right,
Yeah.
and he's never going to get to use the glitter boy.
Yeah, you're always in town,
right?
Yes,
you know, a lot of this comes down to, is that going to fit? Was what the player wants to do and what the rest of the group wants to do, what the game master wants to do, does that all fit together? And you need to decide that from the beginning. And that's a really important session 0 type of discussion to have.
Yeah.
And then Kevin's got different advice. And is there any specific book that you have really good advice on something like that, or
for game mastering
with stuff like that? Yeah.
Not that pops into my head initially, but yeah, if you're going to give them magic or a magic item, whether it's techno wizardry or something else,
Ruin, whatever.
They've got to be able to use it, or why else give it to them? It feels, it's going to be a negative effect if you give them something really cool, but they can never use it, or something always thwarts it.
Yeah.
But likewise, I think game masters have to realize, and players need to accept, that if a game master feels very uncomfortable with, say, a Diabolist or a techno wizard and says, "I don't want you playing that character," it's not the game master being a jerk.
No,
he's being honest, open about you.
It's not going to mix with the story that he's
exactly.
Or he just can't handle that character for what. Again, everything's a matter of perception and degree, and maybe he just hates that character and doesn't think it works. It doesn't want it in his game. Thinks that it's imbalancing. Whatever the reason he has, he's a technophobe. He's a magic phobe. I don't know. Doesn't want it. It's okay. Don't be angry. Find another character, especially in Rifts, out of like the 300 other freaking choices you have. Some people can't handle certain things, and it's okay. And sometimes that person is the game master. And if he says, "Sorry, I don't want you to have, Cyber Knights in this game," I can't imagine why you wouldn't, but he has some reason. So just go with it.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
But if you do allow it, game masters, you got to,
you have to allow for that class to be able to shine.
Yes. Now, that doesn't mean that the Diabolist is always right. I mean, there could be some sigils that don't work the way they're supposed to, or the creature or person absolutely had a defense against it because he's waiting for you to do this. Have a good plan. Have a backup plan. Same with the techno wizard item. Things do break. Guns break, robots break, people break, things break. It's okay. Just don't make it a trope.
And more importantly, if the player chooses that character, he needs to also do stuff with it. It's not up to the game master to say, "Hey, in today's game, you have this techno-magical device that does X, Y, and Z." No, that player needs to say, "Hey, can I design a weapon or a sensory device that can do this or that? And the game master makes a judgment, yes or no. And if you say yes, then you need to let the guy use it.
Well, and maybe you need to go do something that could be part of the story, right? You need to go get these artifacts,
items,
this
Or
information,
component, you need a particular
components,
kind of
exactly.
crystal.
Can you build it in time to
Exactly.
escape or whatever?
The Rift's Ultimate book does have that whole build thing for creating techno-wizard items. And the reason another reason I think the techno-wizard is a more powerful class than Leyline Walker is that it takes a lot more from the player to make the techno-wizard work. The player has to be more invested in their character than normally all the other, almost all the other character classes. You have to be more invested. You have to put in more time. You have to put in more thought.
Yep.
Than everybody else. And it pays dividends on the other end. And you have to be a certain type of player, and you need a certain type of game master to make it all work. There's the rub. There's the problem usually people have.
Well, I mean,
on something.
Yeah, with a lot of characters, your what you can and can't do is very defined from the very beginning,
spelled out.
right? Yeah. But when it comes to like the Techno Wizard and other really powerful characters, that's where I think it gets difficult. Is what you can and can't do is more part now of that cooperative storytelling element. So you really need to be able to work back and forth with your game master. Just like, hey, I don't mind if people play Glitter Boy pilots, no problem at all. But you're not sitting in the Glitter Boy all the time. You got to get out. And I'm one of the first people who's going to tell you, like, that's a numero uno. But that's also the time when you're the folk hero walking around town in your pilot suit. I mean, so as the game master, sure, I say, look, dude, you're not just going to walk around the town in your Glitter Boy, right? You got to park it outside. You've got a really good lock.
Who's going to stop me?
Right. Well, I will. Eventually, you're going to do something. If you say that, you're eventually going to do something.
There's going to be about 4 or 5 cyber knights that are going to start hunting you down for burning down a whole bunch of villages.
Exactly.
They're going to stop you.
Eventually, something's going to stop you. But in the meantime, I mean, that's the other thing is I give you that. That's a fun experience as a role player too, right? When, oh, wow, look, it's a Glitter Boy pilot. Everybody's like buying drinks for him and cheering for him,
Kids tugging on you. And
then everybody's like, old ladies bringing you sack lunches. And, I mean, I totally do that in my games, or the Cyber Knight, they're these guys are totally taken care of by the folk. And then like the Leyline Walker's like, you better have some cash to spend, dude, because they don't care about you,
I mean, the Glitter Boy's a folk hero. The operator is just a general hero because he comes into town.
And there's going to be people asking you to fix some stuff.
He fixed our generator. Our hospital works again. He's never going to buy a drink in his life. This is how it's going to work. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
First level.
But as a game master and as a player, think about, what can I do to facilitate this story and everybody to have a good time, right? And to advance things. And that's just part of that mindset that's important in any type of role playing.
Well, and try not to be adversarial.
Exactly. That's the core of what I'm saying, right?
That works both ways, by the way. That means the players shouldn't be adversarial either.
Exactly.
Oh, no, absolutely. No, I mean, especially players. As someone who's usually the game master, and I don't take any of this kind of shit personally, but there's always a player or two who tries to push the limits or is a power gamer. And so it's like, well, if I do this, and this, I could have this weapon that does 9,000 MDC per blast. I tell you what, I'll limit it to just 1 blast per melee round. Gee, thanks. No, that's not going to fly.
Your sidearm can't be a rune weapon. Sorry.
But game masters, I mean, players are going to try. Yeah, exactly. Some players especially are going to try to push it and get as much as they can, and don't take offense by it. And just, that's where it becomes awkward sometimes, I think, for some people, because they have to tell the player no. And most game masters don't want to.
Oh, it's a very modern convention, too, that you're supposed to find a way to give the player what he wants. And Well, yeah, I mean, no, I agree with that, but I'm just saying the modern convention now, and I've got a story behind the scenes that of somebody who's new to the hobby who's trying to figure some of this stuff out, and people were lighting him up because he wanted to say no to something, and like, you can't do that. That's a sign of a bad game master saying no to somebody. It's like, no, it's not.
No.
Well, it's kind of like the old Knights of the Dinner Table comic, right? Where it's like the one guy, they know that for him to play, he needs to have the Hackmaster plus 12 sword, right? So it's just, I don't know. Sometimes you know,
Players like that are, ugh, I don't know.
but I mean, you know, if you're a good game master, you can handle it, right?
Yep.
So
you can handle saying no without making it seem bad, but you still have to say no. Sometimes.
I'm just saying it's a problem old as role playing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's in the Knights of the Dinner Table, right?
Well, and here's a tip on that. Don't say no necessarily. I mean, if you have to, you have to. And I've said no plenty of times. But more often, I've said, no, it can't do 9,000 MDC. But I'll tell you what, it can do 9 or 19 or 3D6 or 4D6. Or, you know, if you put all your, you know, you put it on overdrive, it can do one blast that does 1d6 time or 1d4 times 10 or 100 even. But your weapon's now going to be frozen for the next, you know, 10 melee rounds.
The other thing is you can,
and that way he doesn't feel like he got shut down. He got
right.
this, you know, he got something out of
Or
it.
some sort of mishap table.
It's still
All right.
cool.
You know what? This sounds a whole lot like negotiating with terrorists, because that's exactly what you're doing. You're negotiating with players.
Well, the
It's
other
the
thing
same as negotiating with terrorists. I never do it.
The other thing you can do is, like, say your Cyber Knight character or some player, right? It doesn't really matter. But for instance, the Cyber Knight, they're like, oh, I really want a rune sword of light or something. Well, yeah, maybe you don't give it to them, but maybe you say you could. There might be one in this storyline. You could try and hunt down some information about one.
I love doing that.
Quest, right? So
yes,
that's one of the other things you can do is you can take the element of these things they want and help them work towards it, you know, and if you can interweave it with your main plot line, or heck, if you're the kind of game master that's more of like a sandbox type of game master anyways, maybe that becomes the core plot line or inextricably linked with it, right? There's a lot of ways you can handle this stuff and everyone's still having fun, and maybe someone still gives him a cool enchanted sword in the meantime, right? And that's, you know, maybe it's not like way better than his Psy sword, but it's cool, right?
Right. And that was my point. And by the way, I wasn't suggesting negotiating. I'm saying if he comes up with
show your shirt
and you say, hey, this is what I'm willing to, as the game master, as the universe, this is what I'm allowing you.
Especially with like
have
a techno-wizard or something.
Yeah,
right?
to take it or leave it. you know.
Heathen Dog's shirt that you can buy on our store.
Player agency not allowed. That's amazing.
But I'm with Sean. Once again, I'm with you 100% on this. I love doing that. If you want to come up with something that you want that I don't want to just give you today, build it, earn it. Well, it's one of the reasons why I'm notorious for keeping players poor, because I want them to make decisions about what they're doing with their money and their items and their things, and keep them wanting to adventure to get that next best thing. And I think that items that are earned are more appreciative. And pardon me for talking about another game, but it's one of the reasons why I really, really loved Earthdawn so much, because you didn't just grab a magic sword and it just worked. You had to bind yourself to it. And over time, it grew with you. So you weren't just discarding it when you got, oh, +1 sword, psh, now I got a +2 sword. And I love that concept. Like it became part of you.
Yep. Well, unlike that Sid Meier quote earlier, you know, a game is an interesting series of decisions, right? If spending their money is not an interesting decision to make anymore, there's no more gaming fun in that decision, right? So that's a way to preserve that. Yeah.
All right. Unless Heathen Dog's got something else, I want to get into the last question here while we still have time. Read a couple of super chats. Do you have anything else, Heathen Dog, on technology and magic?
That's good.
Okay. Let's go over here. Where did my super chat start? Okay. Well, this one started here. This was a super chat, but he said, I hate the prep time argument. Anyone with enough prep time can beat anyone else. Well, here's my answer to this.
He's absolutely untrue. No, hang on. No, I'm angry at this comment.
Okay.
This pissed me off. Okay, so you're saying a 4-year-old girl, given enough time and preparation, can figure out a way to kill you, a grown man? I'm gonna say no. You
That got
give
weird.
that little girl all the time she wants. She's never gonna win, ever. But Batman, you give him 5 minutes, he can beat almost anybody. You give him a half hour, he can beat Superman. You give him an hour, he'll beat Doomsday. You give him a year to prepare, he could probably destroy the universe. You could probably try and get real close, right? So no, not everyone given enough prep time can beat anyone else. That's just flatly false.
Well, let me add to that, because I agree with you, Heathen Dog.
What?
I know it's hard to believe.
Write this down.
It was bound to happen one day, guys. Here you are. You see it right now.
Clock,
Can't
baby.
disagree with Heathen Dog.
It's my time as the broken clock.
When I was running the Defilers, and we're talking 26 people every game session, they were planners, right? But they were awesome in the sense that they were like comic book heroes, where they would come up with this plot, sometimes ridiculously overcomplicated or whatever, but they would plan and prep and I just let it unfold. And I'd say 7 out of 10 times it all goes to hell.
That's better than the military.
Yeah. And it's like, okay, you thought you had it all figured out, but you didn't account for this and you didn't think of that, and you got a couple bad rolls. I mean, it's just like real life war, where they talk about how, the best laid plans, something's going to go south, it's going to fall apart. It happens. And so inevitably they'd get their butts kicked, and they would have to escape or run away, like out of Monty Python and the Holy Grail. and then they would regroup and get their stuff together, and then they would go in and defeat the big bad guy. But it was crazy, because time after this happened like probably 100 freaking times over the 3.5 years that we played, where they would have these great preparations. I think they got it all figured out, and it just all falls apart. So, and again, that just, some of it's letting the players do what they're going to do, and see where it actually goes. And some of it is just, luck. But yeah, it just play it out, man. Play it out. You'll be surprised.
Well, no. The comment itself, I hate the prep time argument. Anyone with enough prep time to beat anyone else. I mean, that just sounds adversarial from the onset, and it sounds player versus player, or, you know what I mean? So I would say caution, if you're wanting to play a fun cooperative storytelling game with heroics and adventure, that kind of stuff isn't going to go very far, and you're going to have a bad time. But it just sounds like a, yeah.
So I maybe took it a little differently than you guys, or maybe I didn't. I don't know. I took this in terms of the game master side of it, where, because I'm fully on board that the game master's got to give you the prep time. If you're playing a Diablos, if you're playing a techno-wizard, that doesn't mean, half-hour plan for the battle. I've got to give you the time to design your weapon, design what sigils you want to make, where you want to place them, kind of lay it out, how you're going to do this. Like setting, it's the Home Alone thing. You got to set up your house for the traps, right? So I've got to have time to get you to do that. Sure, could the fighter do that? No, because he can't actually read sigils. He can't.
Right. Well, and that's the advantage of those certain characters, that they are empowered by prep time.
Right.
Whereas if they don't have it, they're disempowered. Right. And the other thing is as a game master, maybe it would be something good to say that, if for characters like that, if they have enough prep time, they have a chance at defeating any enemy.
Exactly. That's what I was saying is.
But it doesn't mean it's always going to work out. Right?
I always gave them time to prep. It's like, prep your little hearts out. You guys want to sit there and I mean, oh my God, I would have people calling me during the week. If we did this, can we do this? And I'm like, yes, you can do that.
Oh, Batman. Oh, Batman. Well, that's different.
Made a comment earlier that, Superman and Batman idea with the whole techno-wizard. And Leyline Walker.
Right.
And you was talking about, I hate the prep thing, because no, only Batman with prep time can beat Superman.
Hey, Batman with prep
Schmo
time beat the
barber
Predator
down
he
the
beat
street. You
Alien.
can give him 5 years of prep time. He will never beat Superman. Okay, ever.
But hey, that misunderstanding brought up a great discussion, I think.
It did. No, it absolutely did. It absolutely did. I'm not angry at anybody in this. Like not even on the
angry at
comment. That's
everyone.
why I started.
Move on.
All right, now let's get to actual couple real super chats. There's no malfeasance. A player or a group of players can do that. A quote unquote 3 Splugor slaver barges appear in the horizons. Roll initiative cannot fix.
I've literally done 3 barges at once. Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
It was
with blind slave girls. Get them.
I almost killed the Glitter Boy pilot. I was really
Wait. I thought one Splugorth had like 20,000 MDC or something
No,
crazy.
but you're not.
no,
facing
the slave barge.
You're
The slave
facing a
barge.
high lord.
Splugor slavers, not
These
a
are the
Splugor itself.
slavers.
Oh,
He's
okay.
got the Splugor
The
slave
OG
barge
cover of the Rift's book with the girl with the blind slave girl.
Oh, so the tentacle thing isn't a Splugor?
Yeah.
No, it's a high
Oh.
lord or a
He's a-
slaver
Sorry,
guy or
I'm
something.
not
Whatever.
a
Yeah, that guy.
I
That
thought
is
that
not
was
a
a Splugorth.
He's the
That's
minion
not
of
a Splugor.
Splugorth. He
Peasant-
commands lower level minions of Splugorth.
Peasants on Rift's Earth thinks he's a Splugorth.
Yeah, but
Well,
he's
then I'm a
not.
peasant.
No, he's
Yes.
like 3 or 4 rungs down. He's like all the bottom, man.
Okay, you know what? I learned something today. Sorry, I don't
did.
do riffs, man.
That's why I'm
Angry
telling
you
you
didn't know that already.
It's actually like a common misconception in the game where the regular people think that's the Splugorth, but it's really not. It's just
That thing's
that's
ugly
gross.
enough to be something called a Splugorth. Leave me alone.
That is a
Splugorth.
Splugorth. That is an alien intelligence.
That's just an eyeball.
These things are
It's a tentacle
effectively
eyeball.
immortal. They live for something like 250,000 years or more.
Yeah.
that was
And-
the comment I made earlier about Splinkrith is a Slugorth and rules
A Splugorth.
Atlantis and other
And
planets.
multiple, yeah.
Yeah, and
Right.
multiple planets because they're that strong. God damn it! Move on. You're pissing me off.
You know, I'm going to move on because was that the Monsters and Beasts book that you just opened up?
Oh,
Monsters and Animals book?
Those
Oh,
Atlantis.
Atlantis. Okay. So, just as you want to see another dumb thing before I ask the actual real question, the real dumb thing is I got you guys sent me. Thank you very much. You didn't send me a T-shirt, but you sent me a Monsters and Animals book that I already had. But it's my fault. I put it on there because I forgot I requested one last year. So guess what I'm doing for a giveaway in the future?
Give away one of those books.
Yeah,
And it's gonna be. Wait, is it signed on the inside?
Yeah, I compared
there you go.
signatures. I know which one I'm giving away too.
Well, do one of them have superior signatures?
It was a little more personal.
Ah, okay.
So, like,
There you go. Okay, what's next? What do we
all
got?
right. So, Heathen Dog loves his players like the CS loves DBs.
Hey! I don't hate my players. I hate what the players do.
And are you looking forward to his paranoia game on the 11th of
There
November?
it is. Yeah.
I know I'm a little paranoid.
Duh! It's called paranoia. You're on the right track.
All right. So this is a transition question because we're going to start this, and this is going to open up a can of worms into a whole bunch of a few questions that we got off of Discord and so forth. And this is going to be all about ley lines now, because apparently that was a thing of fascination for many people on the Discord and in YouTube comments. And it'll be our last real topic for today. So the generic question we'll start off with is, how do ley lines function as a unifying element? Because remember, we're supposed to be talking philosophically across the Palladium universe, right? Or megaverse. How do ley lines function as a unifying element across Beyond the Supernatural, Rifts, Chaos Earth, and Rifts, and what role do they play in shaping the megaverse?
So, ley lines are lines of natural energy that certainly in our time, most people don't acknowledge as even existing, because most people don't acknowledge there's magic. So what we call magic is actually just a form of earth energy. And actually it's sort of a cosmic energy, because all planets will have ley lines, and they're throughout the universe. And as far as a unifying factor, I mean, they're the things, like I said, wherever 2 or more lines cross, intersect, it creates a place of magic. It also creates a place that the dimensional fabric is thinner, And so tears in space and time throughout history have happened. And that's where demons and creatures, supernatural creatures, invade our planet through these portals, these tears in space and time to other dimensions. And you know, they are just sort of it's like saying how do rivers and streams affect the planet? I mean, it's the same thing. These are rivers and streams of magic energy, and the more powerful the stream, the more powerful that magic or that area where they kind of connect. And they're just really cool because they can set up adventures. They can set up, you know, antagonists. It can set up all kinds of things. And in our time, with the sort of the Rift's history, Earth used to have magic, and it flowed along these ley lines. And people who know, sages and wizards, ley line walkers, later mystics, they can tap into this energy and use it in various ways. When Atlantis made their big mistake and it caused their planet to take, you know, their continent to disappear into another dimension, it took the magic energy or most of it with it. So think of that stream of magic energy is now a little trickle. So that little trickle exists along the ley lines, but it's not much. And that's why magic is so rare in our modern time, because it's just this little trickle. When the great cataclysm happens, those ley lines are torn, the nexus points are torn wide open, and magic just floods back in.
Yeah, it's like there was a dam, and then you've got thousands of years of magic energy.
And so now Rift's Earth is flowing with energy, and while most habited planets have some level of magic, the reason so many like the Splugorth and gods and demons are coming to Earth and ancient dragons is because Earth itself in the megaverse is very rare to have. It's a planet that's just, the magic is so powerful now, so omnipresent, that along these ley lines at night, they glow. You can see the energy rising up and across. That's super rare. But, you know, the fact that ley lines exist in all of our settings, you know, that's sort of a unifying factor and a commonality between how magic
And normally
works.
they're invisible unless you
you
can tap into that, the arcane energies, right?
You know, a great example that's, you know, you see people with divining rods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's, they can feel the energy, and like, you know, especially people who watch a lot of the History Channel and Ancient Aliens and that kind of stuff.
It's never aliens.
You know, you'll see a common symbol are like these swirls carved into stone, and it indicates energy, or so most people interpret it to mean. We don't frickin' know, right? If they're 10,000, 15,000 years old, we have no idea what the frickin' thing meant, these circles. But, you know, it's easy to assume that they represent energy. That's what I assume.
Everyone knows it was Stone Age meth.
There you go.
I always answered that question whenever a player asked it, is that ley lines were the veins of the multiverse, and flowing in it is magic, which is the multiversal blood. The multiverse needs it.
It's just gross.
It travels between universes as a flow. Magic is shared throughout all dimensions in the multiverse. That's why the easiest way to travel from one dimension to another is at a nexus point. It's easy to open up a hole to another dimension there. Magic flows in, flows out. When we lost magic on Earth, it didn't disappear. It spread out to other multiversal dimensions. And when we got it back, we're taking it from other multiversal dimensions to get more of our share.
Wow.
That's how I explain it, as like more or less blood flow.
I don't mind that.
Yeah.
I don't know if I completely agree with it, but sure.
Well, I mean, I imagine it as being like damned. and
Yeah,
then
I do too. I think
flooding
more
back
of a,
in.
that's why I use a stream analogy. But
Yeah.
your analogy is good. It works.
And then the other thing is Earth then ends up kind of like, one of these confluences where a whole bunch of different streams are intersecting, and so it's, now it's like water follows the path that's already trod, right? And it's right. So now there's these deep ruts. That means Earth is going to connect to the flow of that energy across the megaverse forever, for a long time.
Yeah, for a long
right.
time, yeah.
So that's why it's now this like really desired place.
Yeah.
Or other factions are like, we're just not going to mess with it. That's complete chaos, right?
Yeah.
There's also factions
Too much there, too much going on. Don't want to deal with it.
Right.
Nope.
Well, I mean, like, Splinkrint, for instance, that's why he's happy to have just Atlantis. And
He doesn't need to control the world. He doesn't care about the world.
Right. Well, he doesn't think he can necessarily, right? He doesn't want to draw that kind of attention from other, megaversal factions.
Yep.
So
I'm Heathen Dog, in what he was saying, has me. I have a question for that. So, well, it's for those guys, but you can answer too, Heathen Dog, if you want. Can you discuss how ley lines serve as conduits for connecting different dimensions or realities within the megaverse? Well, because we know that there's center, right? We know that there's phase world. We know that you can open up a rift somewhere, but how do the ley lines themselves serve as those conduits?
Well, the ley lines themselves don't. It's the nexus points that weaken the barrier, but that's where it's just going to be random unless you have a shifter or other powerful entity.
Or a stone pyramid that can control it.
Yeah.
But
so that's...
It's kind of like Dune spice, the spice must flow, the magic must flow. If the magic flows through the ley lines into the nexus points, through there to other dimensions, and then comes back. It's all circular. It connects the multiverse
together.
together.
Drop the circulatory system, is he?
I'm never going to do that because that's exactly how I visualize it.
It's okay.
Well,
which is not bad.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
But the thing you have to understand is that it's like untapped potential. It's just going to be random and chaotic unless someone controls it.
Yeah, whenever you cast a spell or you do some kind of magical thing, you are tapping into that flow, and if you didn't do that, it would just keep going. It would just go and come back sooner or later. Like a river. The water comes back. It goes the ocean, and it rains, and it refills the river again. And if you use it, as long as you don't take it away from the system, which I don't think you can.
You can't.
Because living things, when they die, refill the system with P.P.E. So, man, it is the ultimate renewable resource. As long as life exists on a planet, it will have magic.
One of the things that was brought up in a previous time when we talked with you is that your view, and I don't want to misphrase this, but I'm going to say it the way I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, is that these different realities, these different multiverse or whatever, so what somebody does at his own table, so Heathen Dog's table, my table, it might be different, but they're all just different, theoretically, just different verses in the multiverse.
The megaverse.
Megaverse. I was mad when he said it before, and now I'm saying it.
Multiverse is like the generic term. We've got a trademark.
No, you're right.
I mean, same concept, multiverse, megaverse, but yeah, we
just so you understand why I keep saying megaverse.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I think I got it. I'm blaming him because he said it earlier.
Because every comic book movie talks about the freaking multiverse.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's fine, but yeah, we kind of ran with it a long time ago, and I called it the megaverse because it's different. Yeah. So
something you can do to fix your game if it's broken is you could just have them go to a different reality where they didn't burn down the village.
Yeah, there it is.
Theoretically.
Start again, folks.
No, everyone's got people.
That's what Rick does every time he screws up a planet. He's like, oh, crap. Okay, well, I'm going to jump to another one.
It really is. Yeah, if you're not careful, it turns into Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
Which is still better than a lot of the multiverse stuff we see in a lot of the DC and Marvel movies. But anyways.
Going back to a little bit of philosophy here. theoretically. How do ley lines impact the interaction between humanity, supernatural beings, and technology within these settings, beyond the supernatural chaos, earth, and rifts?
Well, I don't know how they do it in some of those, but I mean, in Beyond Supernatural, a lot of times the ley lines or nexus points, that's where you're going to find the monsters because they need at least that trickle, and usually human blood.
Or that's how they came in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or that's where you're going to find cults and covens and other forces that want to bring something in from the supernatural dimensions.
It's kind of like Ghostbusters, they had that building that was built
that was
the energy,
a
right?
conduit, a great attractor of spectral energy. Well,
channeling
ley lines and nexus points are a great emanator of supernatural energy, and so supernatural creatures and will be drawn to it, kind of like a salt lick for animals. Like they need it; they're going to go to it.
So, like that building in the first Ghostbusters, that's like a lightning rod for electricity, right? Or for supernatural energy, right? Yeah. And in Rifts, it can literally, depending on the technological base, it can either be like the Coalition doesn't want to build anything near a nexus point, and they're going to avoid building cities on ley lines probably if they can too, right? And so they want that's why they don't, but as opposed to like the Federation of Magic, they want to inhabit those sites because that's how they power their civilization.
Wouldn't the Coalition want to own the area just to keep the Federation of Magic away from them?
Eventually, yes. Well, just like what they do with Old Chicago, right?
Yep.
But where they send in patrols on just kill missions,
St. Louis
and the St. Louis Gateway Arch, where they're trying to lock that down. But at the same time, it can also link communities because ley line walkers literally can walk on a ley line or teleport along a ley line.
Or phase into one and appear somewhere else.
Open up a portal and go to
the next nexus point or jump anywhere up on that line.
Right.
And they can sense all that. And then that's not even talking about interdimensional travel, but linked within that world. And then also like techno-wizards will have like the TK boards.
Yeah, the gliders that run infinitely on ley lines. Yeah.
Exactly. I had a group. There's techno-wizardry like flying boats and stuff, but they need energy. So you could power it by after you leave a ley line for so long, but you're probably going to run out of P.P.E. fairly quickly. Whereas if you travel along a ley line, you could travel indefinitely, right?
Yeah.
But watch out for. There's also ley line storms, and when you cross a nexus point, is there something else there that has claimed the area? Right.
I heard the dinosaur swamp is totally safe.
Totally safe. 100%.
There you go.
Just pack a lunch.
There you go.
And hopefully you don't end up in some other timeline somewhere.
There's only
all you have to do is properly hydrate. You're fine.
All right, so we're going to get into some fun questions now. These are kind of like lightning round questions. So the last one, I think. So how often should a group encounter a ley line?
It kind of depends on where they're at and the game master, what he wants to do. And, there are some lines that are established in the book. Yeah. But,
there's smaller ones that aren't.
Yeah, you could, especially running across just like a ley line. I mean, I don't know. We have some guidelines in the Savage Rifts books, but, maybe roll 2d6. If you get a pair, maybe you ran across the ley line. If you get snake eyes, maybe you ran across a nexus point. I don't know.
Excuse me, that's the next question.
Well, it's over. It's done. But the thing is, also, that stuff can be really fun, right? So there's a lot of tables in the various books about ley line storms and other effects, rifts and random rifts that can open and what type of realities they go to.
Yeah.
So again, I'll say the Game Master's Handbook for Savage Rifts has a lot of great tables for that. But a lot of the individual books have awesome stuff. So even stuff for like the Bermuda Triangle, right, which is a triangle within ley lines, right, with 3 nexus points. It's a that gets pretty wicked, right? So those are some fun tables too.
What I do? Hang on. What I do if you're traveling in North America in Rifts Earth, you cannot go in a straight line for 50 miles and not hit a ley line. You will hit a ley line. Go straight line any direction. You're gonna find one.
Well, and you go to the Magic Zone. That's definitely going to.
Oh, you're just like 2, 5, 10 miles. It's gonna be like that. But
That's
anywhere
just
in
ley
North
line
America,
walker
you go
bias
50 miles in a
talking.
straight line, you'll hit a ley line.
Yeah, I find that the ley line walkers like to insist that there's way more ley lines than I would normally put in the game.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it is important as a game master to think about that. And as a writer, we think about that a lot too, is when you get to this certain part of the campaign, is it make sense for ley lines or nexus points to be part of that storyline?
Yeah. And a lot of them can't be a surprise because the bigger ley lines at night, you can see miles and miles away. It's not going to be a shock. You're going to see it like, oh crap, that's a ley line because it's glowing blue and I can see it. It's right there. Right. Way before you even feel the effects of it, you'll probably be able to see it at night. If it's a big one, you're going to see it. Yeah. So yeah, but you have to, as a game master, you have to bear that in mind too. Ley lines usually are not surprising to the players.
Well, and if one of them's a ley line walker and a lot of the magic users, they can already sense it as well. So
to finish up this series of questions here. So basically answer these, but I want to be very clear so the person can say, you asked my question. I'll be like, yes, I did. How often should there be a ley line storm? And is there a random table, which you already mentioned, to see what comes out of a rift?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And in fact, the Rifts Adventure Guide has some cool rifts, tables, and ley line storm stuff. So,
yeah, odds of it, what happens during it, all that kind of stuff. There's tables for it. There's rollable tables.
Yeah.
So that's all. It's all in there.
Yeah.
How often should a GM insert smaller ley lines into wilderness adventures? I'd mainly be asking that in a North America context. More specifically, how often did Kevin envision these random smaller ley lines out in wilderness adventures?
Again, it really depends, and I know people hate this answer. It depends on what works for you and your game. If you feel like you need to introduce a ley line, do it. If you feel like, hey, this is a pretty empty of magic, because there are some areas that aren't full of magic. Like Sean was mentioning, the magic zone. Yeah, you can hardly throw a rock without it rolling into a ley line, right? Mm-hmm. But there's other parts of the country where there's not going to be a whole lot. And I would introduce it as it suits your game and the adventure that the players are on.
Okay. How do ley lines and or rifts affect weather and climate?
I mean, they can affect it a ton.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there's entire regions that are de-shifting. So they're dimensionally shifting, sometimes constantly. Yeah. And that's out near, that's in the Magic Zone, out in Dinosaur Swamp. There's the
Georgia,
time.
New West, yeah.
Yep. So,
I mean, heck, the Yucatan Peninsula is constantly
in a constant flux.
Triangle. That's
the Bermuda Triangle is another one, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's it can be huge, a huge effect. And then the other thing is, remember, weird stuff can, like diseases and plagues, can come out of a rift. So flora, fauna, it changes the animal and plant life of regions, or if those animals, certain animals and plants take root. I forget, there was one in the Arsno book, this one area where it was like everyone was making their money off of hunting certain monsters that lived and basically, in the area, and creating, food or armor and other useful items from them. So, I mean, it really depends on the region, but it can make huge, not just temporary weather effects on a region, but change.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I actually there was a rogue scholar in a group I ran when I was I think I was 17 or so, and I had seen the movie Creepshow, the original Creepshow, and the whole fungus thing, infection that came from the meteorite. I had that come out of a rift, and I did it so the rogue scholar had something to study, something to study, because we had like 5 game sessions in a row where it was just fighting, and I wanted something different.
Sure.
And at first they hated it, and the rogue scholar was like, "Oh my god, I can find out what this is. I can figure out how to do it." And then they were heroes, because it was taking over the whole landscape, So
Just
yeah,
remember, use your imagination, and if it doesn't make sense, it belongs in riffs.
yeah, it'll work. Yeah.
No, but when it comes to things like ley lines, like again, the plagues or the creep show or whatever you've got going on, absolutely. The weirder, sometimes the better, because that gives them something to investigate. It's only bad if they're like, ew, I'm leaving.
Yeah, and then you're like, dude, why if you're not going to play, why am I here? You know?
Yeah, right. Next question is, can we get official maps in a future Rifts publication that detail important ley lines that should be standard in every Rifts campaign?
No.
Well, you have those in the core rulebook for the big
Apparently,
ones.
those maps aren't good enough. No, there's a long discussion. And I had to parse out what the question was, and
Well, in a lot of region books, some better than others, like Mexico and South America, have very detailed ley line maps, and other ones don't. You can also look up real life ley lines to supplement, say, especially with your European games, because there's a lot less ley line maps for Europe and Russia and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I figured that out when I was mapping for Savage Rifts. You start analyzing it and looking at it a little different way than you would normally, but we don't have anything else beyond that right now. And
and part of it is, as we're developing the world, I don't want to say here's definitively where the ley lines are, and we do have some major ones, and you can find them in the Rift's Game Master Guide, and I think Lone Star for its that region, and a few others. But the reason we don't want to do a very definitive thing is I don't want to read about an area or get into mythology and go, oh, ancient Indian mounds were here. Clearly, it's a nexus point. Oh, but we said that there are none here definitively, and so now I can't run with this storyline or with this historical reference.
Yeah, it hamstrings everyone, not just you, but game masters as well. Like, they have to put a ley line here because Kevin said so. Kevin's a dick. Oh, he messed with my game. It's gonna get angry real quick. Yeah. So
I want to be very clear. I'm reading somebody else's comment. I didn't write down the names of the people who made the comments intentionally, but I did kind of snip this part out because I think he was expecting this answer. He said, well, that would be like asking someone where Laszlo, Chi-Town, or Tolkien are on the map and hearing, it can be anywhere your story needs it. It's just too subjective.
Well, that's not true. Ask them to go write 90 books that all interconnect, and we'll talk later.
Well, there's a little...
Go take a hike, man. I mean, I don't care about that kind of attitude, and I think it's negative. I don't think it's necessarily negative.
But he was focusing on the big ones. I think the big super powerful ley lines should be fixed.
The super nexus points are pretty heavily and clearly defined, as are all. There are 7 demon triangles that are. We have the definitions of where they are on planet Earth. I mean, the real big stuff is pretty locked down. I think that but if you want like mile by mile maps, I mean, a lot of regions don't have that. But like we're just talking about, Yucatan Peninsula, the super nexus points. I mean, a lot of you've got Chi-Town, you've got the old Chicago, I should say.
Yeah.
The Arch, the St. Louis Gateway Arch, and then I forget. There's a major one in Europe. But anyways, a lot of this is already all listed out. A lot of it is mapped out, and I think that's a disingenuous kind of complaint because there's been a ton of work that's been done, and there are like dozens and dozens of maps.
True. But I think using that information that you just said, is it possible that Palladium can pool all of the major ley line sources through several books you've done and make like a map? Like, here is a.
It is something that is asked a lot.
The major nexuses and major ley lines.
Yeah, no.
Add whatever you want for the little ones. We don't care. It's your game.
There is one of North America in the first book.
I think people.
I know, but the thing is, you're saying the thing that's already there. It's you want a poster map of it, but we're it's an evolving, growing megaverse, and the answer is, no, we're not going to hem ourselves in if. And it's like asking for something that has already been presented to you. I mean, I know people don't like the answer. They're like, we want more. Well, yes, I get it.
Want it sugar coated. I want it in a beautiful, aligned
My
exactly
sprinkles.
how I want
Yeah,
it.
you want an atlas, and people have asked for atlases, and I personally love atlases.
Yeah, we like it, but
yeah, it would just hamstring us too much.
You're not going to get an atlas of that level.
Well, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. I think people got the answers that they need here. So I'm going to move on to the next question, which is, this one might take a while, and I'm kind of nervous about that because we're not way long, but we're coming up on definite end time here. Hook, line, and sinkers for adventures related to ley lines. What are some good ideas for? I want to have adventures around or near ley lines that aren't just the, oh look, a dragon popped out again.
Well, I mean, there are leyline storm tables too, and then
I feel like each one of the leyline storm results is kind of like a little hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah. And then just the fact that ley lines are magnets to all kinds of supernatural and magical creatures, including mages and things. We haven't done any. It's actually kind of a good suggestion. It's something I will kick around. It'd be easy enough to throw up.
I mean, could you have something like go fill up this magic jar with ley line energy, like butterflies or something, and run back home with it?
Well, not that exactly, but
I know, but you get the idea.
I mean, it's a cool idea, but
yeah.
The reason why, again, asking around is that people they know that, of course, ley line storms. They also know that DBs can pop out of there. They're just looking to see if there's something more beyond that. And I'm like, to me, that was like, that's a really good idea, because the first thing I would think of is, oh, storm or DB pops out of it. But what else can we do with regard to ley line adventures, or just having a ley line near that becomes part of the adventure, even if it isn't the objective?
I've said this a lot of times in different interviews, and I know I've mentioned it today, but your ley line nexus points especially are going to have something that claims the spot. So that's the thing that I want to emphasize, because I've done this. I do this all the time in my games. When the players are like, oh, I know, let's go to this nexus point. This, a full moon's coming up or whatever. We're going to open a rift and jump to this other area, so we don't have to like.
It's been 300 years. Someone claimed it already.
Exactly. Yeah. When you get there, something is going to already be there. I'm not talking about something that just walked out of a rift. It could be a powerful wizard. It could be a demon. It could be a dragon. It could be anything. I mean, it's rifts. It could be just about anything. But something is going to be squatting on that and is not going to want to share. Now, if you're within, say, the Federation of Magic, you'd think, oh, well, there's so many nexus points that it's probably a free-for-all. Well, guess what? Each one of those is claimed by some petty wizard or tyrant. Like that's it. Like, yeah, they should be a central focus of any adventures. Yeah, it's
pretty much always
off the nexus
locations.
point energy for your spell or your ritual should not be a cakewalk ever.
So a source book I've wanted to do for years, and again, it just becomes a matter of time and priority, is a Secret of the Rifts book, which would talk exactly about this and have different tables and stuff for it. And it's something I hope to get around to at some point, but it won't be anytime.
It's been promised by Palladium. You can now start your complaints that it's not out yet.
So I'll add on to that. Kevin and I have, the funny thing about the last question is Kevin and I have actually discussed, do we want to do an atlas of all the ley lines, and it's one of those things. It's like, well, it hems us in, and there's other books that we're writing, you know what I mean? And so that's kind of the answer on that. It's like, please enjoy what you have now. It's not, we don't have the bandwidth to dive into it like that.
Yeah. Something like that not only limits you for stuff in the future, but it also limits the individual game masters in their world. Like, oh, right. Kevin says there's a ley line here. Well, there's got to be a ley line.
We write it when Kevin hasn't written Laszlo yet. You know what I mean? It's like, I know people are like, well, haven't you written Laszlo yet? Well, I don't know. We got 90 source books so far, but I know that's not enough. We're working on it.
Well, and the thing is, with Laszlo, in my mind, we'd be and I'm sure some novel tackled this by somebody, and I don't mean to offend anybody, but I'm not really aware of it. It'd be one of the first times that you're really doing a deep dive into a sophisticated magic society. And there are so many elements to that to really think about.
Well, especially with the way Palladium approaches magic.
Exactly. Like, does everyone know magic? No. And I think that'll surprise a lot of people, because it's like, well, but it's Laszlo. And so, everyone's not Harry Potter, walking around with their little wand and doing things, because, not everyone who lives in Laszlo goes to, the Harry Potter School of Magic.
Well, not everybody who's in the military is infantry.
Right.
No.
And not everyone.
Not everyone in the Air Force flies a plane.
How many times have you been
I
asked
do.
what
How
he's
many
flying?
times has that happened to me? I can't even count. Can't even count.
So yeah, exactly. So there's a ton of things. And how does magic? We touched upon this whole discussion of how does magic influence technology and culture and all that. And in a big established city state like Laszlo, it just becomes that much more complicated. And so I really want to do it right. I've been kicking things around on Laszlo for probably 30 years. When I first started Riffs, and I've had I've had a couple guys take a run at writing it, and they've got some good ideas. I don't think they take it far enough. Yeah. I don't think Laszlo can be, because of all those details, that it can even be one book. It's probably 3. Because there's the logistics of so many things about it, and what is their blend of magic and technology? What role, what in-depth role does techno-wizard play? Wizardly play? How do they accept other people? You made Max that great comment about, no, we're not letting you into our town. You could be throwing fireballs and shit around. How does Laszlo address that? What's their policy?
It's not like taking away a plasma rifle.
Right. So are visitors restricted to one particular area, and then they got to get permission to go elsewhere? Can they buy magic items? And what are those magic items? Can they buy spells? Hey, Bob, Wizard Bob, Leyline Walker Fred, can you teach me, this spell or not? And which spells are allowed to be taught? And is there a spell sawing underground? Sure, Laszlo is this happy, good, idyllic place where they have high ideals and strive to be, the best they can be. But is there a dark underbelly? Is there some kind of movement against them? What about spies from the Coalition? What about spies from Federation of Magic? Federation of Magic and Laszlo, they're not buddies. They're rivals. Laszlo looks at the Federation of Magic as being aggressive barbarians. The Federation of Magic looks at them as being, sissies who won't take a stand. What are all this? So much. It's so complex, and I want to do it right. Sorry, I kind of went on a little rant.
No, that is great, because that ties into some of the stuff that if people who watch this later on sit through the whole 4 hours, that's part of the whole ethics and the world building aspect of it that we were talking about halfway through. That's exactly the type of consideration that, whether it's on the big level, you doing it as a lore, or the small level, Heathen Dog doing it as a game master, really should consider, without racking your brain to the point that I can't run the adventure without knowing all this, but just have those things as consideration.
Right.
So, folks, by the way, I know I'm getting a few questions on YouTube and on Rumble, but I am not going to ask anything that's not a super chat, because we're over time, and I've got to get through a few more here that I promised to ask, and then we're wrapping this up. I think we hit, what we like to say in the government, the 80% solution here, where you got all the information you probably ever needed to do your Rifts, Palladium Fantasy, Heroes Unlimited system. We spent a lot of time on Magic specifically. Weird, but that's just the way it turned out. Ultimately, though, if you've got more nuanced questions, we can do this again in the future. But we really wanted to get the overview, what goes through Kevin and Sean's brains when they're doing things for Rifts and Palladium Fantasy. So I think we knocked that out of the park today. Let's hit a couple more of these. These are more generic questions now, less about ley lines. We're just going to the generic section. I think I only have 4 or 5. Have you ever considered ever thought about letting players choose the same psychic power twice or 3 times to double or triple the effect, range, duration, power, et cetera, as maybe even an optional rule? This person apparently has a house rule that they use this on a few occasions, and it worked just fine.
If it works for you, great. In my opinion, absolutely not.
There is precedent for that, though. There is precedent in Heroes Unlimited. You can select the same superpower twice, and it does double the effect.
Right, but that's a superpower.
I know. I saw there's precedent for the idea.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
And if and everyone knows, I'm a big fan of house rules. If that works for you and it works perfectly, you never had a problem, awesome, go with it. Someone else hears this idea and says, "Hey, I want to do that too." I'm good with it. Do it. But you're not going to see that in our games.
Okay.
Cool. In general, yeah.
Okay. This one is let me make sure. Yeah, this one's specifically about children. I found that some GMs shortchange psionic powers and don't let players use them fully according to the rulebook description. Had this happen to all kind of psychic powers, especially automatic powers like Sixth Sense and Sense Evil. As an experienced game master, in your opinion, what's the best way for younger or newer players to approach a GM when they find that the GM is not letting the player use the psychic power the way it's designed or how the power is described in the book? And this came up because the kid is a little, I don't want to call it antisocial, is the exact opposite word I want to use, insecure, shy, and doesn't know how to bring this up.
Yeah, and well, that's always difficult to bring up something like that. And sadly, it kind of boils down to you can try to have a conversation with a person, but again, if it's a kid and the GM is presumably an adult or a teenager, yeah, exactly.
That sounds like the real problem.
Yeah.
But I think that it's okay. One of the things I would say to the listener is, it's okay to sit down with the game master and say, "Hey, I chose this power for my character, but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to use it. Can we read it together and figure out how I'm supposed to use it?"
Right.
And if it doesn't work the way I thought it worked, could I switch my power?
Yep.
And I think that's a real good I let people do that all the time. There was a guy, we were playing a game and his character, he was, he was being a little bit of a power gamer, but that's okay. It's what you're supposed to do in my playtest games. And so I was like, I very quickly realized I was going to change something, a specific thing about a Savage Rift summoning mechanics. And he was like, "Okay, well, I don't want to play the character then." I was like, "Okay, let's switch your character up." You know what I mean? And so sometimes, maybe you need to switch up your powers or even, build an alternate version of that character. Yep. Or a different one even altogether if that better fits. But yeah, I would say the best thing to do is approach it as if, you can just see if we can have a conversation and ask, how do you want this to work in the game? Let's read it together. How is this supposed to be used? And I think that could help because then it's more of like you're coming to them asking for their advice, how to use those powers.
Right. And if the game master isn't letting you use the ability at full level for some reason or in the way you think it should work, try to have a conversation and say, "Well, I don't understand. Why won't you let me do this or that? I just want to understand what you're thinking." And maybe the game master has a good idea, or maybe the game master, is perhaps not the perfect game master. And then you either have to decide
whether you want to stay at the table.
Right, exactly. Whether you want to continue to game with this guy under his rules, whether you like it or not. And again, I've said that before, the game master is he's the guy who kind of calls the shots. And not all game masters are great. Not all game masters are fair. Some game masters have strange views on certain things.
And one of the, sorry.
No, I was going to say, and I know it doesn't seem like it now, but I was very shy as a child and into my early 20s, really. And so shy where when I'd go to comic book conventions in my teens, I would ask Alex to take my books up to get signed by, a comic book artist, because I just felt too uncomfortable to go up there myself. And so I get it. I get that it's awkward to challenge someone who's older, or to challenge someone who just de facto is, the authority figure. The game master is kind of the authority figure.
Right.
But yeah,
one of these powers is kind of hard. I mean, Sixth
Wait,
Sense.
what
Is
were the
one
powers? There was Sixth Sense, and what was the other one?
and Sense Evil. I don't know that one personally, but Sixth Sense is one that people get wrong a lot, or they forget about a lot.
Well, and that's what I was going to say. That actually, I was going to come back around to that, because I know you guys hate me talking about Savage Rifts, but those were two that we actually had to very carefully dial in for the setting to make sure, because it's very difficult to run them. Sense Evil can be, if you can use it like a, you fight evil all the time, right? And if it acts as like some perfect radar, that can really ruin a lot of plots. And then the same thing with Sixth Sense. So I'm actually pulling it up in the book, because one of the things that a lot of people, it says,
And there's dead time. We can't have dead time.
Sorry.
yeah, so it does say that
It's all
it's triggered automatically, right? And that can be tough for game masters. In the Savage Worlds version. Now we're trying to adhere to the Savage Worlds rules. Instead, it's one of those things that it actually just gives you a bonus to you get it whenever you get ambushed in Savage Worlds. You get a chance to check and see if you detected the ambush in time. Like each character gets to see if they perceived, the perception check, basically a notice check. And so the mechanics are different, but it was one of those things where we had to decide, is it something you have to activate, or is it something that activates automatically? How does it affect things? How does it change the roles? But yeah, I think that one's really hard. And so I've dealt with that in my own games. And sometimes, the player needs to remind you about
Yes,
that.
I was about to say that exactly.
But
I wrote the damn thing, and when I'm running, if someone has Sixth Sense, I'll forget half the time.
But at the same time, it's not inviolable. You get a bonus to your initiative and parry and dodge. It's not like you just, that's it.
I don't know what portion of the rule isn't being applied. He just said,
right. I'm just saying that some people think
according to the rule book description,
it's not absolute. It gives bonuses, right? You can't be attacked. You can't.
The only absolute is you cannot be surprised.
You can't. Well, it's a surprise by a sneak attack from behind. What it means is they can't get an automatic critical strike.
They don't get the bonus for their sneak attack.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Whatever bonus they may have.
It's kind of like Spidey sense.
Yeah.
You don't necessarily, like Spider-Man will realize, there's danger. But he doesn't know what the danger is, where it's coming from, who the bad guy is. It's not that kind of thing. He knows something's up, and it makes him sort of hyper alert. So he has a bonus to his initiative. He has a bonus to parry and dodge when he realizes, what is it? What's going on? Oh my gosh, it's an arrow, and he can dodge it.
So my experience, the fights come in because that player wants to tell another player, I want to push this guy out of the way, or I want to say somebody's around us or whatever before something happens. And I didn't get a chance to tell anybody that this was going on. Well, you get the bonus to dodge. The rest of them don't.
Yeah, well, you get the bonus to initiative.
Or initiative, yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No, but it's an initiative, dodge, and parry bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all three.
And so you just have to remember that it has that, it does automatically happen, but it has that caveat to it. You can't use it in those other ways.
Right. And it is like, in that moment, you sense immediate danger to you. You're the psychic.
Yeah.
Right. You get the bonus.
So that's why I used the Spidey sense, and that was not the inspiration.
Wasn't this the one that has within 60 seconds or something like that?
It is 60 seconds. Now, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. And a lot of players don't understand this part of the power. Here's two examples, right? One, both of them are a trap that can kill you. All right. One of them is a pressure plate trap. The other has a person on the other end finger hovering over button, waiting for you to get close to it. The first one, you are not, the sixth sense is not going to go off until you hit the pressure plate, because it wasn't a danger to you until you hit the pressure plate. The
Or
second
until
trap
a
with the
split
guy-
second before you're about to hit it.
yeah, right
Well,
before you're going to hit it. But the second one, where there's a guy with a finger hovering over the button, waiting for someone to pass, you're going to get the full 60 seconds because he is just waiting for anyone to pass. So the moment someone passes, it's definitely going to happen.
While I agree with you
Get
100%,
60
Heathen Dog, I've seen the fight. So like, no, it just says 60 seconds. Like, I didn't know you were going to walk this. You didn't know you were going to
exactly.
walk this way. How could I give you 60 cents a second bonus?
There's multiple sentences, right? The power cannot be used, called upon at will to sense for traps or ambush, right?
Exactly.
And then it also says the sixth sense is only triggered by unexpected life-threatening event, which is already set into motion and will happen any second. So if you're going into the bad guy's lair, sixth sense isn't going to fucking work.
Yeah,
Because
you
not
already
you
know
expecting
you're
combat.
going to the bad guy's lair. It's
Exactly. You know you're going into the danger zone.
Yeah.
This only works when you're not in the danger zone, which makes it even trickier, right?
Yes.
But so I can understand a game master saying, hey,
I
we're
don't
going to
allow
play it this way, or you want to choose another. But I really do highly suggest if you want to choose another power or even revamp your character build, that should be totally allowed. The thing is with with sense, evil, present sense, and they all have slightly different variations on how you're detecting stuff. And then sense magic, it can be really tough. It's just like, well, so many things you face in rifts are evil, and you don't want them acting like a radar,
Right.
like an infallible
I don't
radar.
allow sixth sense in my game. I just
Right.
eliminate the power.
That's like me and True Seeing in Dungeons and Dragons. I would allow it, but
I don't allow it.
I would allow it, but I would say that it has to be intentional. Like that, it's just I can't guess where you're going to walk and then go back in time 60 seconds. It's just not going to happen. But we could talk about this for 4 hours. So let's move on.
The point is this isn't really, we're not really trying to answer a rules question. The main thing is to the player who's having this issue. I would say sit down with the game master, say, how do you want this to work in the game? And if it doesn't fit how you built your character and your concept, maybe y'all need to ask if they have can give you the ability to swap that up a little bit. And I think that's the equitable way to handle it is, hey, how does this work at your table, right? If it works rules as written or as it works a little differently, okay, now that I have that information, can I change my decision, right? Because I didn't have that information before I made these character build choices or something. And so I think that's a way you can have a conversation that's not adversarial, that's like, hey, I just want to play at the table. Maybe I need to switch some powers, or maybe I need to switch my whole character concept.
All right, sounds good. What rules, if any, do Kevin and Sean use for Magic, Psionics? What house rules, in case I missed it, for Magic, Psionics, and supernatural abilities? I find it weird that if you designed the game that you started coming up with a ton of house rules.
Yeah, house rule for your stuff.
I was gonna say
He's like, well,
I don't have any house rules for that.
Those are all his house rules. He just sold them to somebody else's house. That's what happened.
Okay. When playing a high-powered campaign where the number of P.P.E and I.S.P numbers into the hundreds, what advice do you have for folks who are looking to shorten the number of in-game days of meditating it takes to restore it?
More ley lines. Because you're standing on a ley line, you get power faster. I mean, there you go.
That's always the ley line walker's answer.
No, I mean they're not the only ones that get the bonus of PPE regeneration.
No, but you play a lot of ley line walkers, so you're gonna less ley lines. I say.
Well,
Screw the ley line.
Remember is that meditation counts as sleep. So whenever anyone else is sleeping, you should be getting a full 8 hours or whatever of meditation.
Yeah, and look, if you have lots of I.S.P or PPE and you spent a ton of it, maybe it takes you 3 or 4 days.
That's kind
to
of
recover.
like by design.
I mean, yeah.
I agree with you
when you
100%.
go to your next battle, you need to be aware that, normally I have 230 I.S.P, but I still haven't recouped all of it. So I'm going into battle with 92 I.S.P. that's just the reality of the situation.
It's like hit points. You know, it's a weird phenomena to me that I see a lot of modern gamers, and by modern I mean like the last 30 years, it seems, where we can't go anywhere. I'm still missing 2 hit points. You have 100.
Right. You're not, the whole point is you're not always going to be topped up on all that stuff, right? I mean, that just like the MDC on your armor. I mean, you're gonna, a lot of times, especially out in the wilderness, the Glitter Boy has 770 MDC, but
after about 100 miles of overland wilderness combat, now you've got 420. You know,
right. And you can see the battle scars on the Glitter Boy, right? And that's
you lost your little reflective coating. You know,
it's like an athlete playing injured.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a sprain, but I want to be in the game. I could sit out for 6 weeks until I'm completely healed.
Yep.
And it's not fair to wait. Hey, teammates, guess what? You got to wait 6 weeks because, you know, it's like they're going to say, no, hell with you. We got a game scheduled for tomorrow, man.
Yep.
Yeah. Either you're playing or you're not. You want to sit it out, but we're playing.
Or how about this? Don't blow your entire wad on one adventure.
Well, that's the other thing, right? I mean, if you're a powerful caster with piles and piles of I.S.P or P.P.E, yeah, you
items.
Don't go throwing the subparticle acceleration every round, right? Or whatever, you know.
And if you did and it saved a day,
good,
awesome. But there's consequences, even to good actions, and that consequences. You're not going to be powered up for a while, and you can't expect your teammates to wait.
And this stuff is working as designed. I mean, that was Kevin's intention when he designed it that way. So,
I mean, if you go look at, 82nd edition at least, you cast a 9th level spell, that's a 90-minute memorization. You cast 2 6th level spells, there's another 120 minutes memorization. You cast 4 3rd level spells, well, there's another 120 minutes. All of a sudden, your entire day is taken up just rememorizing the spells that you had last time. So it doesn't matter if you're using P.P.E or if you're using, Vancian magic, whatever. Again, when you have a lot of power and you need to recoup it, it's going to take you time.
That's one of the things that I actually enjoy about the damage system in Palladium is that you bind someone's wounds, you do a healing check, all that stuff. They don't get any hit points back. They still have to slowly regain it over time. Mm-hmm. Your SDC, it actually varies by setting, obviously, but your SDC comes back a lot quicker than your hit points. Well, that's the whole idea. You still got that wound in your side. It's still giving you trouble, right? That's on purpose.
Yeah.
And so don't short circuit that. That's there for a reason.
It's not a bug, it's a feature. Absolutely.
Right. And it's a challenge. I mean, as a player now, you have to think a bit differently. You got to be maybe more strategic or more cautious.
Right.
Maybe that'll affect the game, just like in real life. It's designed in there as a story element.
Right. Max, you starred this. But
because I wanted to see their faces and the idea.
The reason I want to talk about it is because I tried this in one of my games and it didn't work. This is what I did. It was a P.P.E injector, but I gave it a downside. I said, oh yes, you will get 50 P.P.E, boom, burst, but you will lose between 1 and 6. It was a D6 from your maximum permanently.
Mm.
Oh wow!
Yeah, you get the rush, but your top end's going to suffer every time you do it. And
I like it.
People didn't care; they just kept juicing themselves until their max was like 20. They're like, "Oh, you made me do it. You're a dick." I didn't do it. Shut up. They're gone.
That's why you just don't mess with this stuff, right? Because it's like that's the whole point. If you're doing it that's why I said don't short circuit it. Yep. Because I know what people are going to do, and it's the same reason that we don't have just like regrow your limb potions laying around everywhere in any of the games. I mean, it's not supposed to be like that. And inner strength points, what are you injecting? Like that's your inner focus and chi kind of thing.
That is just straight up Adderall.
So you just buy methamphetamines, and it's.
Crystal meth, you smoke it.
It explains the coalition now.
But now there's a downside. Now you're addicted.
Vitamin
and you
D
have no
teeth be around you because you keep stealing stuff.
Right. All right. Let's move on here. Two more posts of super chat. It looks like, and then unless somebody else super chats, we're good. not looking for guidance here. I'm more curious and interested in how each of you would handle hurricanes in the dinosaur swamp and the East Coast, if you're the GM, differently from one another.
So I doubt we would handle it too differently.
Yeah, we
so
usually
there's a
don't.
couple ways you can do things. You can research how hurricanes work and apply it to your game. And while this isn't in Rifts, and I know it can be frustrating and annoying sometimes that we have cool rules in completely different settings, but for those of you who are looking for stats and rules for natural disasters, there are all kinds of disasters. This book,
Hell Followed
for
Dead Rain.
Get the book, get the PDF off of drive-through. It's got 23 disasters. I mean, we've got avalanche, we've got blizzard, we've got tidal wave, we've got earthquake, dust storms, drought, flash flood, hurricane, tornado, toxic leak, volcano, sinkhole, power plant failure, landslide / mudslide, flooding, you name it, it's in here. I can't take all the credit for this. This was the genius of Taylor White, one of our freelancers who contributes to a variety of books. Nice. And it was great. I loved what he had. And, you know, the hurricane stats, it goes down by, because the thing with hurricanes is, and tornadoes, as you know, people are probably more familiar with tornadoes because they've got the, you know, F1, F2, F4, etc. It breaks it down, and those categories are based on the wind speed.
Sure. Yeah.
So it breaks it down by the wind speed in this. And, you know, it tells you, oh, you're going to have, you know, these penalties. You're going to have this chance of flooding. You're going to have this chance of flash floods. You're going to have this chance of structural damage and collapse. I mean, it's all there. And the higher the category of the hurricane or the tornado, the more damage it does, and the more danger you're in. It's all here. It's a beautiful section. It was funny. It's one of those things where, you know, I've been doing role playing for probably 38 years or 40 years. And it's like, well, why didn't I ever think of doing stats for common disasters that people...
I just want to know why it's in a zombie book. It's weird.
I mean, it's a zombie apocalypse book.
Right.
So these things get a lot more dangerous. But just like in
when there's no FEMA to help you out.
When they're
exactly,
well, FEMA will not help you out. But when there's no civilization in the first place, these things get really dangerous. And that was one of the things I will say. Growing up in Houston, I have some of my earliest memories are huddling at my grandparents' house during a Hurricane Alicia as a child. And I've seen tons of hurricane and destruction that they wreak. I've gone to Louisiana multiple times after Katrina and other hurricanes to help rebuild and recover things, and it's devastating. And so one of the things I would throw out there too is you know, Dinosaur Swamp, the helpful natives are few and far between, but a hurricane is going to stress or wipe them out potentially. And so I would keep that in mind too. Is it's going to affect the availability of all types of resources for a long time afterwards in that region that people might need saving, right? That, you know, what might be an inconvenience to the players, even a big inconvenience, could be killing other people, and that's when they might need the help of heroes. So I would focus on a lot of things like skill checks and problem solving and stuff like that. And, you know, there's other stuff in here too, which looks great. But like, for instance, one of the things in there also is mudslides. There's tornadoes. So, you know, if a hurricane, it's categorized by the speed of the winds, but for instance, for which one the name right now off the top of my head, but the one just a few years ago in Houston, one of the big problems wasn't the speed of the winds. It was the fact that it sat in one spot for an unprecedented amount of time. The Weather Channel added 2 color categories because of how much rain it dumped. They had never used those categories before, and they had to add 2. So, that led to all types of flooding and destruction. So a hurricane is often like a precursor of or causes all these other kinds of disasters, including disease and famine. So,
and collapsed buildings,
right, all types of
which
stuff,
would be covered under earthquake.
right. But mudslides, tornadoes. I mean, there's all types of stuff that you can look at for it.
And just walking through rubble is more of a pain in the butt than people like to give it credit for. I've climbed on rocks before. You've not climbed through rubble.
Well, and you don't want to. What if you're in a power armor suit or heavy vehicle? You could fall into a collapsed, collapse or even drive over or something you can't see, especially with all the storm.
Oh, weakened foundation, yeah.
Foundations, and it could be an ancient one, right? Even who knows?
So something could be unearthed.
Yeah,
I mean, there's all kinds of things. And if you're playing the heroes, part of your adventure, certainly in the aftermath as well as during, is likely to be helping people in trouble.
Yep. So.
All right, let's. You guys have been here forever, and I love it. But
I know it's a 15-hour episode.
Like Sean last time. See, Sean was the one that screwed up because last time he said I was planning a 4-hour stream. I said, I hold my beer. 5
well,
today,
next time
buddy.
we'll make it to 2 hours.
Yeah.
In
15 minutes. The next one's 15 minutes, man. You got to earn your time back.
So we have one question, one super chat left. In Heroes Unlimited, we can make extremely. I remember this one. Oh, this is gonna be fun. We can make extremely diverse characters, but I've always felt the powers didn't really feel super heroic. First, it takes too many levels before it actually feels potent, and even then, what's the 66 fire blast to an enemy with over 400 SDC? Go! I don't want to be part of this one.
That's what teams are for, man. I mean, not everyone is Superman. Superman had a Justice League. Everyone together, gets the job done. Plus, it's 66 per melee attack. How many attacks do you get in a round? 66 times 5, 6, 7? That adds up.
Yeah, I agree. So first of all, as
we're not even talking about critical hits either, right now.
Yeah, exactly. As an old guy, I've been reading comics since I was like 4 years old, and I remember when Spider-Man first came out, and he wasn't as powerful as he is today. And that works for me because I see him as growing. When we first meet Peter Parker, he's like frickin' 15 years old, and he's got proportional strength of a spider. So yeah, he can pick up a car and toss it or rip out a door, but you didn't see him like grab a tank and tip it over or whatever. Some of his abilities improved, and that made sense to me as the character matured. Same thing with experience. The more you do something, the better you get. That applies to your super abilities too. So I used to say that Heroes Unlimited is more of a thinking man superhero game, because you're not. And with the second edition, I did add characters, the mega hero, who can be more like a Thor-ish character. But yeah, personally, I don't find it fun to play Superman or Thor. They're just too powerful. And I like characters who, again, as we talked about earlier, have flaws or weaknesses or aren't all powerful, because then when they fight someone, there's challenges that they have to face. And I really like your comment about teams. A typical gaming group is 4 to 6 people. Well, so I assume you're playing a group of heroes, and together, if you're working well together, it works. And how many freaking superhero groups are there? I mean, you got the X-Men, 9,000 different types of X-Men groups, especially these days.
Whatever, yeah.
You have the Justice League, the Justice Society, the Fantastic Four, the Avengers, and again, numerous versions of the Avengers.
Great Lakes Avengers.
You've got the Titans, but they used to be the Teen Titans because they were the sidekicks of the bigger, tougher characters. And, somehow the Teen Titans managed to defeat a lot of different villains working as a team.
Exactly. Yes.
I like any game that promotes teamwork. It's one of the reasons why I like Forbidden Lands so much, because when you think, we look at those dice, because it's a dice pool game, I'm only rolling 6, 7 dice, and that thing's rolling 16. Yeah, but count
there's 10 of
6,
you.
7 dice from you, 6, 7 dice from that person. Okay, 4 to 5 from that person, 4 to 5 from that person, but it's still all pooled together is more dice. Play as a team.
Right. And it's fun. It's exciting. And you got to implement strategy and tactics. And it can be super effective. We talked about this an episode or two ago when Sean and his brother and their daughter played in that fantasy game where I thought they were dead meat because they all rolled up first level characters. They were all comparatively puny. These weren't superheroes by any stretch of the freaking imagination.
Yeah, my character's attributes were low.
and they were going up against something that was super powerful. And I thought, well, I'll see how this goes and how I might have to diminish the character as in the course of the game so they have a fighting chance. I didn't have to do any of that because they played great as a team. They thought about what they're doing. They used strategies and tactics. It was wonderful. And it's 3 lousy players against this super powerful being, and they pulled it off. And to me, that's the beauty of role-playing, is that teamwork, that camaraderie, and that sense of victory because, hey, we didn't have the brawn, but we used our brains, and we used other tactics and magic to get the job done, and we played clever, and that's so much more rewarding than just, I've got a strength of 30, and I'm going to pound the shit out of this guy. It's like, okay, with my magic axe or hammer, well, that does, 66 times, 100.
My spear and magic helmet.
That can be fun. But
Spear and magic helmet.
I got a couple of things to say. One, if you go watch superhero movies, there's usually a lot of fighting. Like a lot of fighting. They're throwing each other around. They're kicking each other around. I even just think of like the new Superman with Henry Cavill, right? And he's fighting Zod and all his guys. I mean, they're just whooping the crap out of each other for many minutes of screen time, right? And that's even if you just take those as melee rounds, that's a long fight.
Yeah.
Now they can't at each other fresh, right? And so that's something to throw out there. But the other thing is it's also a war of attrition. I said don't skip the healing. Okay, just like we're talking about, don't skip the regeneration of P.P.E. and I.S.P.
Yeah.
These things are intentionally calculated to make people work harder. If you want to play Heroes Unlimited, how much SDC and hit points do you recover in a day? Unless you're at a hospital, you recover 2 hit points and 4 SDC. So unless you have some sort of regeneration power, you need to make sure. I mean, maybe you could take 400 SDC
today,
but that's going to take you 100 days to
I've
heal.
actually seen most game masters, and this is my experience going back to school, and I hate this, but I'm just saying this is what I saw, actually basically do the math on that. Well, the average player's got 20, so you got 400, so you're actually going to heal 20 times faster in terms of SDC.
No,
that's not
there
the
are
rule.
rules in place for factors
I'm
of
with you.
healing.
I agree.
Exactly. Now you can house rule whatever you want, but don't complain to us when you don't have a good time.
Yeah.
Right? The whole point, I mean, this happens all the time in comics. Now, I'm not as big of a comic guy as Kevin, but I like comics. And a lot of times there are initial clashes between superheroes, right? And they're wearing each other down. When they show back up, the other guy still might have like some bruises and tapes and cuts on his face. In comics, this is a comic book theme, right? Mm-hmm. They are wearing each other down. Then they're breaking apart, both of them, especially if they come at like some kind of like they realize they're pretty evenly matched, right? Or maybe if one, or even if they're not, one guy totally whoops the crap out of the other one scurries off or escapes, right? When they clash again, I mean, a lot of times they're still sporting that damage, right? And so that's another thing to remember is that that's part of the game too. So. Mm-hmm. The heroes and the villains, especially if they don't have regenerative abilities, it is part of a game of attrition that should be part of the story. So again, don't change yourself on the story.
It's funny. You made me think of Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan with that. The initial meeting, bad for Enterprise, right?
Right.
And then where was the real fight? The real fight was with 2 basically disabled ships.
Yeah. Right.
In a nebula.
Right. They're yeah. And that's I mean, that's kind of what happens in John Wick too. Even though I don't think it's perfect, at least towards the end, he starts to slow down a little bit, right? You know,
Is that number 4? Because I didn't see that in the first 3.
well, they had a little bit of number 4, yeah, actually, but although it was less believable than the first movie.
Oh wow!
And anyways, but the point is the thing is maybe you're literally playing it wrong. And be very careful when you start shortchanging the recovery of hit points, I.S.P, SDC, all that stuff, even money, right? If there's not a tough choice to be made, then a lot of times there's nothing interesting happening. So these are important things to remember about that kind of stuff. Is don't shortchange yourself. Don't go assume that Kevin just didn't know what he was talking about when he created this superhero role-playing game. Maybe try rules as written before you go house ruling everything. Because
where were you guys on Friday night? That's what our show is about Friday night. House rules versus rules as written.
I don't think house rules is bad. I'm not saying it's bad. And I have plenty of house rules that I use. You know, when I played Rifts, I doubled all melee damage because I thought melee damage should be a little higher for most weapons compared to most guns and Rifts. And then later on, we've had an entire campaign where on top of doubling melee damage, we doubled all damage just for quicker, more decisive, killy combat. It was very brutal, but you know, I mean, this wasn't, again, it was more like a campaign option that I did, right? It wasn't a rule that I put into place, but
Giga damage.
Right, should use Giga damage, right? But I mean, but we wanted punchier, more decisive combats. You can do that too, right? But I really think before you go doing stuff like that, I encourage it. But first, play the rules as written and maybe circle back and see, gee, are these themes important to keep intact?
I'm sorry.
I was just going to say, like I said a million times, you know, role playing is very personal.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want that kind of fast, unrealistic John Wick kind of thing, and you can argue, especially in a superhero game like Heroes Unlimited, that, well, there's nothing realistic about it. So, you know, superhero should be able to heal instantly and whatever. It's not my cup of tea. It's not what I want, because I have designed the game around character and story. So those challenges of healing or having money issues, or I can't afford to go to a hospital, you know, to heal up or whatever, those are, like Sean was saying, those are all intentional, and try playing through it. And maybe, you know, you'll find, gee, I like having to use my head more and think and be careful and be more strategic, or not. Like I said, I have no problems with house rules or power gamers. If that's what makes you happy, go for it. But that's why it's not in the rules, and don't complain to me because you want a power gamer game. You want everyone to be Superman and Thor and the Hulk. That's great. Then roll up those characters and, you know, triple their abilities. I don't care. If that works for you, that's
5
awesome.
major powers.
All right, what else?
No. We're going to read a super chat, and then we're going to let Sean and Kevin go. Got to do my Columbo thing for Kevin. But before I do that, no, everybody, seriously, in chat right now, thank Kevin and Sean for staying a crazy amount of time today. I didn't plan on any time. I didn't know how long this was going to go, but I wasn't expecting them to hang out for, well, right now, 4 hours and 41 minutes. So please put in the chat. Thank you. You can also thank them by getting a Christmas surprise package from Palladium-store.com. Check out the unboxing video that I've got on the Legion Myth channel right now. The unboxing Palladium Books 2024 Christmas surprise package to see what I got and what the enjoyment that I had with that. But yes, be sure to thank them right now while we go and I read a super chat and then call it a day. For $5, Beat Magnet says, thank you very much for the $5. How difficult is it as a publisher to get inspired to develop new games when you've already created the greatest RPG of all time, Rifts?
Oh my God.
Well, I appreciate that sentiment very much. You know, as I've said before, I personally like challenges and like different genres, and so I draw inspiration from doing things that are different. You So and I appreciate that Rifts is our most popular game and that people adore it. That's wonderful. But that's why I also do things like Beyond the Supernatural and Palladium Fantasy and Heroes Unlimited and other stuff, because I like to stretch my abilities and try different things.
All right. Well, with that, I'm going to put up the banner because we've got to head out, and we're going to thank some folks. Again, I really appreciate Kevin and Sean being here. This was awesome. I don't know if they're ever going to want to come back again because we make these streams longer and longer every time for them. But we'll bribe. We'll do something that we need to do. But thank you, everybody out there. I hope everybody has a wonderful week.